Hello. Oh, wait. Hello, chat. Welcome. Zer, thank you much for the 34 months. Are you paid for wait, you pay for it in 3 months in advance? I mean, does it mean you pay for 37 months? Wow, but holy shit, thank you much for the support. Wow, it's pretty much almost 3 years now. Holy hell. Thank you for your long time of support. Hello Ash, hello Folk, hello Good Name. It has been a while. I remember the days when it was season 1 and we would talk about my fucking foam cosplay swords that Raven had back in the day and all these other kind of things. It has been a while indeed. Oh god, foam swords and chill days. Definitely. Now, I look back on those days fondly.
Other boys sometimes visit. It's just like, it's very loud, and I can't really be fully comfortable, you know? So this is really nice. There's just things that I can't, like Max is great, don't get me wrong. But there's things I can't.
Oh, shit, is there? Oh, fuck. In the main heart. Oh, wait. Wait, no. It's shared, isn't it? Ooh. Okay. Normally those players are local, so that's impressive.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a great person to ask about that. I'm not like,
No, you're not bothering me at all. You're fine. Huh. Interesting. Hi. Hmm. Oh, hey, Lucky. How was how was the character inspiration that you wanted those queen pictures for?
pulling off the deep end, and so I gave everything that I had to just to get him through that, so that we could all be okay, and the guy that was leading this whole fucking war effort could have some sort of sanity to stick to. My track record is just awful. I don't like when he always treated me, Skipper, like we were pets. Skipper already dead and nearly got myself.
Wow, actual snow.
Improper path. I'm not just one of us best friends.
The main reason that I brought it up is I think people expect Max and I to be a thing. And it's not like we even talk about it. And we can just be the thing. We do it together.
Trying to find music that matches the vibe. There isn't really anything that matches the vibe. And V's made of paper. Surely not. You think this is good music for Queen? That sounds like Wandering Night. Yeah, I can kind of see it. I know. I mean, we mean to go through this. God. Hmm. I love Pilgrim. Pilgrim's such a good song.
Like if I'm capable, given everything that's happened, like maybe it hasn't worked out because maybe there's just something fundamentally wrong with me.
Something you want? To be
I don't
honest,
know.
it's something I've been questioning myself.
Hi.
Okay. Real snow is much more different than coolant.
Yeah, a little.
Sorry for being late, by the
I
way.
think. No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, I'm
We
just
really
glad
just
you're
kind
here.
of. We really just sat down not that long ago. You can come closer. You're all the way over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just warming up first.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Although I feel like doing that first might have been a bad idea.
Once you're in the water and the air up here, it's a lot warmer. All the steam feels really nice.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, you're fine. We're talking objectively about
Romance.
everything. Romance, yeah.
Romance.
I don't know. You asked me if, like, it's something that I want, and given that all of these other circumstances have been something that I haven't really innately chosen, I've just had to put up with it. It's like, yeah, I do, but I want to be in full control of my choice to do it. I don't want to be obligated, you know? And I find myself really... I'm really bad about wanting to make somebody else feel good, you know? So it's hard to say no and shit like that. I put my own, I guess, feelings aside too much. And so maybe I need somebody that would, like, otherwise know how to fill in those gaps for me and not ask more of me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
And Max, in his defense, doesn't ask for much, but he needs a lot. And I don't know if I can give him what he needs. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, bring the whole mood down.
I see.
You're fine. It's
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It sounds familiar, doesn't it?
We're just chatting about stuff. Hearing people's takes on these sorts of things, I think, is good. I've never been very good about romance. For the longest time, I thought it was just a thing I wasn't supposed to feel. Sort of trying to keep myself away from it. Since aren't, supposed to do that. Unless they're specifically built for it, and even then it's a bit like, yikes. But now, or not even now, but realize it's a thing that I can approach, look into, on especially hard now that I suddenly have a body that people find attractive. I don't know what to do with a lot of that. I've had a few people try to flirt with me. I never know what to do.
Nikita. Nikita is really, really, really flirty with me sometimes. She really, bless her, she's really nice, and she fucking saved my life in the LF war and stuff, like literally. Like without her, I would probably be non-existent. But I'm not, you know, I'm not interested, but it's funny because she really wants me to go up to her spaceship and like have dinner with her and her like children. It's a really sweet gesture. It's just like, I'm okay. It is really funny how forward a lot of people in the meat rack tend to be.
They do? Yeah, I guess.
Sorry.
Have you ever met Sora?
No, I don't think so.
She's a orange-haired person. They live in the apartments. They've tried to flirt with me like a few times. But I can't tell if it's like because they're like actually into me or if that's just how they are with people. Because they also flirt with other people. So.
There is a lot of people that have really flirtatious personalities, you're not wrong. And it is good to be... what's the word I'm looking for? It's good to react to it objectively, you know? Because otherwise, I mean, there's a lot of people that it would work on, like, in a heartbeat, and then, you know...
I'm not sure if I've ever tried to say anything like that. It always feels weird.
I never know what to say.
It's okay. Some people just aren't flirtatious, but it doesn't mean that, like, you're any less attractive, you know?
Look at someone and I really want to tell them how beautiful their eyes are, but then it's not really a good way to slip it into a conversation.
What do you mean? I did that with Sakoto earlier.
I mean, you can do it. I'm not good at finding that timing. I'm good at selling shit to
I'm gonna
people.
be
I'm not good at
honest.
fucking talking.
I mean, I've said it so many times, but I can't lie. It's just not in me to do that. And sometimes, if I know that it wouldn't otherwise make the person, like, innately uncomfortable, like, I'm not saying these things because I want you to feel uncomfortable. I'm saying them because I think you deserve to hear them. And I think, like, it's okay to say things that are nice to people if you're not, like, you know, trying to get something out of it. It's just a compliment at the end of the day. And so, like, if you genuinely think somebody looks pretty, then that's okay to say.
I think that's my worry. I'm worried that they'll think I'm trying to get something out of them. I've met so many people like that.
Yeah. I get it. I think that you have a way to, I don't know, speak objectively though, Haruka. I think that if you wanted to tell somebody that their eyes are pretty, I think that, granted, you know this person better than I do, right? But it's okay to do. And if you notice that maybe they take it the wrong way, then, you know, you just feel like, oh, I didn't mean it like that. It's gonna be an awkward conversation either way, but, like, I don't know. That's part of socializing. You have ups and downs that are both awkward and not. You just gotta ride the waves, and don't be afraid to like say something nice if it's something nice and it's genuine.
Mm.
I think this life that we live is so fucking short otherwise. Fuck it. Tell somebody they have pretty eyes, you know? Maybe they don't hear it otherwise that often. You look, pretty bruised up. I'm imagining the water is probably nice. Both of you.
I like this stuff.
Queen.
Oh, Queen, right.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say these are bruises.
Probably moved. Scooch back so they're
Oh, they're
more in
not.
view for me.
Sorry.
No,
I didn't mean to assume.
you're fine. It's an illness.
Like, disease?
Colloquially termed mana cancer.
I see. Is that what happens when, like, you're otherwise not innately magic attuned and then you try to do magic?
Never tried doing magic before. I don't think I'm gifted.
How do you get mana cancer?
The sword.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
It's more trying to explain it. I don't know how I get it myself, but it came from using the sword.
The big one that I see you carrying around?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it like a magic focus or something?
It's what we call Magitech in District Zero. So I guess, to answer your
Oh,
question, yes, I
that's-
suppose it is using magic when you're not capable,
Yeah.
adept, experienced.
You've been using it too much.
Yeah, I'm thought about a lot, but I feel like it's necessary.
I know that that district is a war zone, I heard earlier.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Seems like everywhere is a fucking mess.
Yeah, that's pretty much the truth of this life, I feel. At least in Sophia. Can't say about anywhere else.
Have you sought treatment or anything?
I'm using
I'm
the
asking 'cause
facilities.
I'm a doctor, so I'm like, sorry, this
Oh,
is
you're a doctor?
probably really annoying. Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, the council group in District Zero, Keaton Tower, they've offered me treatment, mainly because, well, the Magitech is theirs, and I assume them to be more knowledgeable about it.
Treatment from another corporation so that you can be indebted to them even more, I get it.
It's either that or wither away.
Kind of withering away either way.
Yeah.
Not to be bleak, but I fucking hate the corpse.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
You don't have any other options?
I am exploring connections. However, the research is minimal. Apparently I am what they say is a first case of mana cancer. Theoretically it happens, but they've never seen anyone with it. Perhaps because he died before it hit that point.
Yeah. I fucking hate every single corporation that exists, dude. They throw your district into fucking a war zone. They give you these like magitech weapons so that you can defend yourself otherwise, just so that you can continue to be indebted to them. I'm
Fair enough.
paraphrasing your situation. I don't really know anything. Sorry.
No, you're fine. If anything, this is kind of self-inflicted. I stole the weapon after killing a soldier for belonging to Kijin. And I used it, not understanding the gravitas of using it.
Well, of course you're going to use it to defend yourself and your friends. That's not your fault. I wouldn't carry that weight if I were you.
And I do keep telling myself that. That it's for a good cause.
Are you alive and are your friends alive?
I'm alive, yes. Can't say about the latter.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Typical with his life, though.
I get the feeling, though, that you've been, like, probably working yourself overboard to make up for loss, huh? Like everybody else. It's a common concept. And you're not wrong for doing it. But at some stage, you should understand that you aren't doing enough.
Perhaps one day I feel that way.
I'm totally doing a do as I say, not as I do thing.
I don't think anyone here doesn't overwork themselves, if I'm entirely honest.
Yeah.
Is there ever a point where you feel like you're doing enough?
I have one. It's only one, but god damn, I'm clinging to it so hard. And he'll never know. They'll never know. And I would prefer if they continue to not know.
Girl's night secret.
But the whole reason that I and Max are wrapped up in all this like Foxtech stuff and the family stuff is because Lucky was being like outright just railed on an almost daily basis by this asshole, like other rival gang member or something, and like hearing the extent of which he was making Lucky's life a living hell while he was otherwise just trying to live.
Was it the dude with the glasses?
I think so. I don't remember his name. He was like some tiger guy, I think.
Yeah, I don't like, that guy was kind of scary, if I'm honest.
Wait, you mean
Yeah.
Frank?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy.
Ugh, creep.
I saw him... Sorry, I'm interrupting. I'll let you finish.
Oh, no, you're fine. I had just, like, heard enough of this guy making Lucky's life a living hell, and I had determined for myself that this guy
Yeah,
was,
she has a
like,
pretty good grip on the
being
situation.
evil and awful awful for the sake of it, and I didn't know where else to turn. And at the time, Foxtech were still policing or
he's
protecting
in
the
jail.
meat rack streets, and so in my impulsiveness and thinking it would just otherwise be fine, I hired a hit on that guy. And I think part of it became good, but either way, the guy disappeared, and lo and behold, Lucky gets married, and they end up with a kid, and every time I look at Jimmy, I'm just reminded that it's all worth it, and that I'm doing enough. And nothing else really matters.
If there's any kind of solace, Frank is in Keaton custody. He's jailed.
Good.
That guy, fucking, I saw him go up to Lucky, use his Sandy, and rip his arms and eyes out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the last straw. And then on top of that, he was trying to, like, fuck up their relationship, too. It was just, like, next level, just... why? Like, what the fuck is the point?
Frank
And I know
was a
Lucky's
fucked up
like-
individual.
Good riddance.
I know Lucky's not the best person. And he's really done some fucked up shit with somebody else that is a friend of mine, but it was like part of their job, and so it was like an understood fucking risk, and it just is what it is. But nobody deserves to be treated like that, and I was otherwise powerless at the time, but that was like one decision that I'm still happy that I made, even if it was not thought through. To feel like maybe I'm doing enough. And continuing to deal with all this fucking shit with Foxtech is still worth it. Because even if it's maybe one person has some semblance of a normal life.
Yeah, from Queen's perspective, it's very difficult to feel bad
If you
for
think
him.
about it, there's probably people that you've touched in their lives that are able to live otherwise normally because of your intervention or help.
Yeah. Of course.
I think at the end of the day, if you're willing to give your life for anybody else, then you're doing enough, even if you're not actively doing anything at the time. At least the way I like to look at it.
It's hard to say. You know, sometimes you have to question whether or not something was the right decision.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just wish I could be in more places at once.
Tell me about it.
Just like every fucking time I turn around, someone I care about and has something bad happen to them.
Yeah.
At the end of the day... Sorry.
You're fine. Do you hang out with Lucky much?
He's been dealing with his own stuff, but I mean, they're in a position where they need some money, and we might be able to hire him for a job that we're trying to do. So I think we'll end up talking more, which I'm looking forward to.
Is it gang-related things?
No. Doesn't leave girls' night. But we have some plans to go after Foxtech. And there's a couple missions or jobs or whatever you want to call them that we need to take care of that are going to require more than just Max and myself to get done.
Keep an eye on him for
Hopefully
me,
that
will
goes
you?
well.
He needs to
Yeah.
make sure he doesn't leave that family behind that he's created.
You are so right. Both of them. Granted, I feel like maybe they've pulled back the amount of things that they get involved in as a result of the kid, but I also can't blame them for, old habits dying hard.
No. But you shouldn't let those old habits stop him from taking care of his child.
You're right.
Growing up like that, it's... don't know.
What is my wisdom?
Go ahead.
Mineral water is good for the skin, supposedly.
You know, growing up without parents, it's...
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I feel like the only way to break the habit is to get out of the city. But I also, I could leave. But I can't abandon everything that we've worked for up until this point. And even afterwards, I thought about, if maybe we'd have the opportunity to leave and go somewhere else. And the truth be told is, I can't see myself living anywhere else because there's so many people here that deserve a normal life. And I don't know. I want to keep going after these corporations until things are better or they change. Meanwhile, fully understanding the realistic world that we live in, which is they're probably never going to go away and they'll just consume each other until they can't be touched. They're already untouchable. I don't know. I just feel like I can't stop trying.
I
For all
wouldn't
the
say
other
they're
Maxes and
untouchable.
those or whatever. Yeah, we've got plans of ways to get at them. It's just I think about going up against a corporation like Leap Foundry, for example, and it's just Foxtech is a lot in and of itself, and Leap Foundry feels like even more than Foxtech.
I mean, they're a council fucking corporation.
Yeah. Honestly, I wish the council would just fucking die. Every single one of them.
Oh, absolutely.
That I think the city would be so much better off.
I like 50-50 on Red Harlow. I haven't seen him do anything.
That's fair. I don't really know much about them, so I'm gonna be honest. I don't really consider them in the lump of all the council members should die when I say that.
When is Queen gonna
I'm
hit the
talking,
aqua and limit break on Lucky's
fucking
ass?
technician.
I know, I don't think she can do that.
I don't even want to say their names, to be honest. You get the point.
Yeah, it's stinging, but she's like kind of putting up with it because it's like she's not here
Sticking to
for.
whole dumb
The hot springs are
gasoline.
nice, right? The relaxation of the hot water is
Or like the
great,
next time they have a big
but
meeting, just fucking.
she's here to
I sound really
relax
unhinged,
amongst
probably,
friends.
but just blow the building up or something, you know?
Hmm.
I know it's messy. They're just collectively responsible for so much suffering.
If Kenzo Koda can
Well,
be killed, then I think the other ones can be as well.
You're right.
It's not like killing them would
Perhaps
really
so.
do a whole lot, though. It would get a power vacuum.
I
You
doubt any of them
gotta-
would die, let's be fucking real. I doubt that
fair.
any of them would just die in an explosion, much less like someone like Malleus McKay. I'm sure Technician has some kind of like contingency that he can just upload himself to some other body somewhere else. It really wouldn't fucking matter. Ugh.
These systems need to be dismantled, brewed up.
Yeah, and then you think about the
See.
grand scheme and it's like, I don't think that I could ever achieve that as much as I want to. But it's like, I feel like I have to stay in this city and keep working for that goal until I die. And it feels wrong. It feels
If
like
you
I
can't
don't have
do
any
it, then who
self-preservation, but I know, that's what I mean, man. Like,
That's how I felt. Phew.
it's such a fucking mess. A lot of people don't hate Corpse enough already. I feel sometimes like Max and I, and like that's why I like talking to you guys so much, is because we both understand the gravity of what's at stake, and I don't have to like explain myself.
I've had to fight so fucking hard to keep
That's a good way of
my
looking at it.
family away from Opticus Industries and from taking them.
Water's is very nice, very warm, very relaxing, even if it is agitating her arm.
I think the only
Corporations are just Sorry,
corporation I've ever met that I've like liked is Aegis. And even then they're not like a typical corp, are they? More of a non-profit.
Hybris Sama runs businesses. I don't know much about it. She treats us well, though. And I find her a bit scary, but she's...
You find her scary?
The way she talks, you know?
I
He
can
is very large, very big, many thoughts. Big mind.
That too. She...
Speaks with a gravitas.
I fear if I ever reach out, with my mind. I met someone once. They're like a synthetic. They're quite kind, but their mind was so complex and overwhelming that I fainted from the contact. And all they were doing was just reading off temperatures for something. Just a small part of their thoughts.
It's kind of like being in the presence of somebody who you know for a fact is so innately powerful that if they wanted to end you, they could in an instant. And it's really just up to their discretion whether or not they do.
Yeah. I don't think she would do something like that to us.
No,
She doesn't seem the type, but, you know,
it's
when
just
you
the
talk
fact
to
that
her...
somebody is capable.
I mean, just because you don't think that she would doesn't mean you shouldn't be cautious.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. It's more, when she talks to you, it feels like she knows far more than she is telling you or
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
Like, she already knows what you're going to say. She already knows what your decision might be, and she's simply letting you
I've been
speak.
I've been told by her daughter that her primary directive is to collect information. Her entire purpose is knowing things. It's really nice though. Did I ever tell you about the first time I ever met them?
I don't think so.
So I think this was when was this? I think
Pardon me.
this was after my arm got blown off at one time. And I was just hanging around, chatting with people, and chatting with Rena, and then she comes down to come visit Rena. Rena is her daughter, by the way, along with like all of her other siblings. I start chatting with them, make nice introductions, and then Skipper walks up. I was like, "Where are the fucking Power Rangers over here?" And then someone told them that that's Hybris, and they started panicking. They didn't mean to offend them.
Yeah. At the very least, I don't think she's going to, blow us all up or something crazy.
Oh yeah, no. She doesn't give the vibe of anything malicious. She feels really kind, just like really knowledgeable.
Thank you for the bless.
It's probably equatable to like talking to like a really well-respected person in your family.
I find it hard to trust anyone with a significant amount of power.
I think that's
Whether
fair.
it's information or like physical power. I just have not been treated well, is the best way to put it. Every single person that like we've tried to go to that said they would help us because they have the resources to, or because they themselves carry the power to do so, have only betrayed us at every opportunity. I'm not saying that like she's capable, it's just
It's hard to trust.
it's hard to know when your worth is gonna run out to that person, and then because really truly, what does somebody who is all powerful otherwise need from someone who isn't?
I don't know.
I think you're giving them a little bit too much credit. Sure, they might seem more powerful than us, but it doesn't mean they're all powerful. Giants can be found.
There's some giants we're facing now that I have to overwhelm, but frankly, I'm not sure how it's going to happen. Even with the collective of us that are willing to try.
I guess the best way
People
you can
here-
prepare is just leave traces for other people to pick up where you left off. If you assume the worst is going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much accepted that. It's gonna sound really bleak and really dark, but I've pretty much accepted that there isn't an outcome where we win against Foxtech and Jack and the family, and I'm still alive at the end of it. Max, I think, would be okay. But it's just like I'm willing and prepared to
Very
give
true.
up everything to make sure that he can succeed, because I know he can. And I'm just waiting for that breaking point. That being said, I'm still thinking about my life beyond all this, because I have to. Because I want to. I want to believe that there's an outcome in which things will be okay.
I understand.
And I don't really want to leave anyone behind.
I mean, you just need to fight like you believe you won't.
I will.
Good.
Even if it means, like, letting the other half of me consume me. That's kind of why I'm, like, not really sure if I'm gonna make it. It's okay, like, I'm not upset about it.
I don't know why, that just feels really upsetting to me. Have yourself erased by an entirely different person.
I don't talk to Max about it much because of that. It's just... I haven't talked to anybody about it. It's just an inevitability that I've considered and accepted. At the end of the day, if we don't have the power to do what we need to do, then I know that there's a part of me that may be capable, and it would require a sacrifice. I'm thinking like a doctor. Sorry. I don't know. I tend to not be emotional about these things anymore because I just don't have the
Yeah, well,
Emotional
well, it's
bandwidth.
more like I don't... It's not even that, I just don't have the time for it. When I was working for the Rip and Ship and we were doing the LF4 and stuff like that, and we were going on those different missions, and shit was really just kind of like hitting the fan and everything was falling apart. There's a switch, I guess, that I flipped where you just have to focus on what's in front of you, and I can't consider the fact that I have my fingers inside of a friend pulling their veins together to keep them alive, you know? You just have to let go of that emotion, otherwise you can't do your job. And maybe my fault is that I've been in that mode since I got back, because I've had to be. I don't really know if I have the ability to be emotional about it anymore.
Mm.
I guess I'm understanding why Max gets so upset about some of the things that I say, though. I'm pretty nonchalant about things I probably shouldn't be. Sorry.
Yeah.
I understand.
I think that at the end of the day, I'm sure you'll find a way to remain, to continue.
Yeah,
Never
still-
stop fighting for that.
I'm still optimistic, right? Like,
Mhm.
it's not like I'm accepting that is the only option.
Yeah.
I just accepted that it's a possibility. So that it's easier for me to make that decision if I have to. But I think that I stopped considering how it feels for other people to hear that, and so I apologize.
No, I understand it. I understand how you feel about wanting to try to look for hope in some form of future. I watched. I didn't even watch. Gosh, it's been a year and a half, maybe. Maybe even almost 2 years now. Hard to say. It all just blurs together. I watched the strongest man I knew throw all of his morals to the side. Everything that made him a good man. He had a wife. He had people who looked up to him. He had people who depended on him. And he threw it all away. And put every ounce of rage and power he had behind a single strike against Malleus McKay. I was a part of a team that was sent to try to retrieve him. To try to bring him back. So maybe they wouldn't kill him. Maybe he could still be saved. They toyed with him. Not even McKay himself, but his soldiers, his guards. Got into the building, but he didn't get far. He turned to us. He turned to me. After he got there. And asked why we weren't helping him. He had already given up everything. He had already given up on a future. And then Malleus McKay asked me to stop him for good. I want to hope for some future where these people can't hurt anyone anymore. Because to live in a world where I know that they are, doesn't feel like a world I think I could live in. But I wanted desperately hold on to some hope that, there will be a world beyond.
Max and I have had these conversations before. And
That's why I was happy to listen.
it's easy to feel defeated and overwhelmed. And it's human to feel that way. It's normal.
Hello, John T. Raven. Welcome, welcome.
Some would say that clinging to hope in the face of overwhelming adversity, even otherworldly, is naive. And those people have sooner given up, enjoyed the very thing that they opposed, because they lost hope. But without hope, what the fuck is the point of anything, It's what makes us who we are. It's what drives us and motivates us. And I have hope beyond the outcomes that I've accepted. But I wake up every day. I try to be better so that I can fight for that hope for myself and for everybody else that's just trying to survive in this godforsaken city. Because the second we give up, or falter, or slow down, or stop, they win. And they don't deserve to ever have that satisfaction. At the very least, the fact that hope exists, and the fact that so many people rely on it, is enough to make a corporation or a corp look over their shoulder every day, even if it's Malleus fucking McKay, think we'll be okay. As much as we accept, well, it's not even accepting, but as much as we acknowledge the shit that we're up against individually or collectively, it doesn't mean that we're not still capable. And we're always going to be more capable together. And so, finding new friends and finding common ground that maybe we understand that we all come from similar walks of life than we previously thought is only more motivation to keep going. Because it's always going to be worth it for the people that are next to you. And for the people that are otherwise trying to just live their lives in the city, go to their jobs every day without because they hope to for a better future. As much as it is, like, overwhelmingly daunting, the things that we face, what matters is never losing yourself. And you cling to the people that are around you. Because we're not going to do it alone. Who knows? Maybe, maybe if we are successful with Fox Tech, maybe, I don't know.
Domino effect sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, like, if Leap Foundry doesn't have a Fox Tech to pretend like that's their rival, then who else is going to be their rival? Probably no one, and then it'll probably just end up being like this whole, like, eating each other effect of, like, power grabs. And so that would maybe, in a hopeful world, be an opportunity to start doing real damage to the rest of them. And then eventually Malleus McKay. But for now, the hope that we have is enough for them to feel scared. And they should feel scared.
What's the saying? It's like, alone without hope, we fray and break, but together we're a braid. Or something like that. Can't remember where I heard that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Starting to feel a little bit dizzy. I think I might need to get out of the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm kind of starting to cook. Your
Yeah.
face is red.
Yeah, it's been for like the past half hour.
It has been. I think it's only
I can
getting
feel my
better.
brain cooking.
Perhaps we get out?
Yeah, maybe. Get back. And follower.
That was really nice. This has been really nice. And I hope that maybe some of the things that we were talking about may translate into your situation. I think we've talked a total of like 3 times. So I didn't want to pry too much.
No, you're fine. If anything, I think I'm more, at least how I see myself, a result of said actions. Had a hand in dispatching Kenzo Koda.
Those
So-
wins matter. Carry them proudly if you want to.
Yeah.
Motivate you towards your next endeavor, you know? I don't think this is going to be enough to keep you down, if I'm being honest. I think you'll find a way to get through it.
Oh no, I'm told I have probably no more than a decade if things don't get better.
That's plenty of time. Plenty of time to figure it out. There's so many options nowadays. And here, I've got my cards in my jacket that's up there. I'll give you mine and then keep in touch.
Yeah, sure.
If for whatever reason you can't find another doctor, I'd be happy to do the work for free. It'd be new to me. I've never treated cancer before, much less like mana cancer, but if it's like any other cancer, I mean, maybe you need some form of like anti-magic radiation.
They call it mana cancer because it's a very loose term, but
Yeah.
essentially parts of my body is crystallizing.
I don't know what it would look like, but it really sounds like some form of anti-magic radiation would probably help, and you just like direct it at those crystals and maybe they grow smaller in theory. I don't know.
Perhaps. I think the researchers said something along the lines of it's like
Oh my god, it's cold. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm just gonna run up there real quick, real fast, and try not to
Needs to dry your hair.
Shock.
Oh my god, I hate that.
Thank you.
Needs to dry your hair off with. Yours is longer. That thing.
It's a bit chilly.
Well, let's
Just a
hope and head back up then. Get into something warm. Hey Miguel. Welcome.
Shit. Oh.
What do you mean by that?
Coming in.
Yeah, it's rough, dude. Oh my god, it's like colder. It feels colder because we've been cooking that whole time.
Oh. At least the heat trapped in.
Hello? Sorry. Thought I heard a ghost.
Oh, ghosts. You believe in them?
I can see them. So yeah.
Sorry to say this because sometimes, you know, the Jigsaw don't really get ghosts.
You don't have like spirits that hang around?
No, the zone is a dead zone, from what I was told.
What the fuck?
No mana
The
gets
weave is heavily damaged there. It's
I feel like I would start burning alive if I just set foot in there. That's crazy.
Yeah. We have generators there that
You
convert
certainly feel a certain way.
mana into energy
Uh,
or electricity.
I never had any, like, intent to go there. But,
Normally, if you get
Zip it the back of my bodysuit.
yeah, I
So
got
then
you.
I can't reach.
normally if you go there to visit, you are given
Didn't think it was
mana
that's what was
potions
popping my top.
for your
Yeah, no,
stay.
I got you. Should be good.
That would be my bed.
Oh, that's much fun.
At least it's nice and toasty in here.
Yeah.
I'm almost sweating.
I think I've learned that I don't really handle heat that well. I don't really sweat.
That's...
That's good.
Oh. Yeah. Hmm.
I'm still gonna keep going to onsens though. They're too relaxing.
No, that's fair. They say, the hot water is good for the body, helps the blood circulate. Helps with, recovering quicker from, injury.
You are correct.
Bruises.
Hopefully
People
it'll
say
cure.
there's, health benefits when you're sick, that sort of thing.
As a actually certified physician, you are correct.
Congratulations,
much about
Dakota,
medicine.
You're a doctor now.
Oh, I hope not. I hope that's not, what qualifies. Could someone
got you.
help a little bit? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
I can get it up most of the way, it's just the last
Yeah.
bit is really hard to reach.
And there. This should be good.
Thanks. Oh, actually, does remind me. I was talking with the doctors.
All this.
Yeah, oh, actually, I think I might have already told you. They tried the local numbing stuff.
Yeah.
Anti-whatever.
And it worked okay?
Anti... I don't
It's like
know the
numbing.
word.
Yeah, there's...
Mhm.
It's
Yeah, numbing
usually you
stuff.
just call it by whatever is on the tube.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like anti-numbing, or numbing agent. There we go.
Yeah, they tried it on my arm.
Was there no like effects on your head?
No,
Okay,
actually,
that's good.
it didn't last for very long, only a couple hours, but
That's still good.
it helped a bit with the pain.
I'm gonna.
At least it was easier to ignore. It was still definitely there, though.
Mm.
I'm gonna keep that in mind in case, because that'll work for like future injuries as well. Like if
Yeah.
you get injured, or if I get injured, or if any other scions get injured.
Yeah. Maybe I'll keep a good bit of that on hand just in case. It's pretty easy to
They
get.
did
It's
ask
just
if I was
basic.
allergic, though, which I guess thankfully I wasn't.
Yeah, you didn't have any reaction, right?
Don't think I did. It's still purple.
You would have known by now.
Eh,
It would probably be like pretty itchy or something. Or
Get
like
some
your
of
arm
this.
would swell more.
oh, I mean, I guess it was pretty swollen the first night or two.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty normal, right?
Yeah,
They said
for a
there were
broken arm.
fractures.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's totally normal. Yeah, I could see the bruise earlier. I wasn't gonna be like, "Oh my God, you're so bruised."
Couple
Dakota."
of these little triangle things.
Yeah, no, thankfully it was just my arm. Woman
Yeah, it looked
literally
okay.
ran up and directly at my arm, just with this gun.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus, your armor held up pretty well. That's good. Damn.
Not probably care about would injure her.
It's,
Sounds like Alex. Alex
barrier
got
thing.
fucking shot right, like point blank in the chest with a I don't remember the round, a heavy round handgun, and it just broke like 3 ribs. So, because of his armor.
This is more of like a mental barrier. Has saved my life probably more times than I should probably be proud of, but it's very helpful.
Well, the main thing is that you're okay.
I am fairly certain if it really came down to it, I could stop a slow-moving car.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully it'll never
Since he
come
throws
down to it.
boulders.
Is that what
We
he
do know
does?
like
somebody
the
that throws
boulders.
boulders.
Hmm?
His name is Nemesis.
The council
That
member.
asshole.
Yeah, fucking,
Yeah.
Mm.
I still don't know when we're gonna get that one removed, but every time I walk under him, I'm worried it's going to fall down.
It does look like it
crush me to
could.
death.
But also, it's like halfway in there, so at best, you'd probably notice it in the building foundations first, hopefully.
Some fucker went up there and put a holographic tree on it instead of removing it.
saw that.
Oh,
I
Hansky
did like
sounds
that
that he did
touch.
that.
Oh, was it Hansky? Okay.
That's what he said. Not sure if he was telling the truth or not. Here. Here, start putting your feet under.
Oh,
Oh,
I was gonna say, I think I do
Let's go
have
spread over
to
here.
get going, unfortunately.
Oh,
It's getting late,
alright.
so I
We did
apologize.
spend a while in the water. Still,
Yeah, I
we should do
mean,
this again sometime.
I would love to hang out with you guys regularly, please. Yes, 100%. It doesn't have to be
Less-
anything this extravagant.
Some time
But-
away
Maybe
from
next
the
time-
dudes. Yeah.
Even
Next
just like-
time we go out exploring, we can bring in if you want to come as well.
I would love that.
Yeah, sure.
Hmm.
And if
Sure.
I can come on in time as well. Was a little bit.
Even if it's like, maybe we just get some dinner after meat rack or something and hang out for a bit. That'd be awesome.
Hmm.
Genuinely. I've enjoyed this a lot. This has been.
There's actually a really nice place not too far away
Dave's?
from the meat track.
Hmm.
Yeah. Dumpling bar. It's actually
Yeah.
really good. The dumplings
I'd love
are
to-
actually
Do
decent
the
for
KFC
most
buckets
of
full
you.
of dumplings.
Oh wow, yes.
yeah.
I
A
mean,
little bit smaller than normal dumplings, but
I
there's
can't like
plenty
eat a
there.
lot
and they're fun to share.
because of my situation, but I found that since I've kind of done something correct, I can go into it later. It's a whole thing. It's partly to do with the whole like soul merging thing. But in any case, I can have 1 or 2, and I would still bring the bucket home for later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can try to
I
find
would
some
genuinely
time.
love that. Yeah, let's do that.
Mm.
This has done wonders for my sanity. I'm not gonna lie.
It's good to just like, I fucking miss it, because we would do this every Sunday. Just go somewhere comfy and then just talk about how life's treating you and get all that out of your system.
Yes,
It's your brain working better.
I genuinely feel less brain foggy than I did earlier. So, if any fog at all, to be honest, I feel great. It's nice to be around people that I don't have to keep explaining my feelings to. You know what I mean?
Maybe not just good for the body, but also for the mind and the soul.
Absolutely.
At the very
Right.
least, it's nice to talk with someone I know understands the pressure.
Normally, this is where I would be like, bring it in, but I get it. So, just
Yeah.
gonna head out.
Take care of
Thank you
yourself
guys
out
again
there.
for your time. Yeah, you too.
Stay steadfast in your
Be
beliefs.
safe. So we can meet up again next week.
Oi.
All right.
Safe journeys.
Good luck in the cold pale yonder.
Yeah. Here, I'll close this if I don't fuck it up. I did it. I kept getting the wrong door. Bye, guys.
Dunno.
Take care.
Did you want to stick around for a bit longer? I know you got here a bit late and didn't get much chance to talk to you.
Yeah, I can stick around for 30 minutes.
Not a need to, more of a want to. Do you want to stick around for a bit? I just want to make sure you're doing alright.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Sorry, I'm still somewhat in work mode. Literally just came back from the front lines. That's the reason why I was late.
Well, there's some food. If you want to sit, grab a bite, recharge a bit.
That reminds
If
me,
you have to head back to,
can I bring a
fighting
memory
or
back?
Hmm?
The telephone I gave you?
Oh, yeah. Have it underneath my armor. Sorry, excuse me. What about it?
Oh,
You just-
I was just checking to make sure you still had it.
Yeah, it's under my armor.
You can keep holding on to it if you're still doing dangerous work. It's good fortune.
So, she's nice.
Turn my boots back off.
Also? Yeah.
Mm.
We met a long time ago and then
Oh,
she had to go into hiding for a time.
something serious, I
was
suppose.
really worried about her. Well, in relations to Foxtech, yeah.
Yeah, sadly, messing with corpos does tend to have trouble find you. Wait, is this soy sauce or is it tea?
Ah, that's a sauce.
It's soy sauce.
Okay,
I
just making sure I don't want
think
to.
this is sake, right? Or, I'm not sure what, or is this soy sauce? I
Looks
can't
like it
tell.
could be.
I still need to try it.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely alcohol.
I still need to try like drinking at some point to see if it actually oh, there's green tea. See if it affects me.
Just be careful.
It's like one of those things I want to make sure first before like it happens.
Just
on
make
accident.
sure you're in a room without too many things that can be thrown easily.
Earlier when you mentioned about the talisman, did you want it back or?
You can keep holding on to it.
You sure?
Gives you an excuse to come back and give it to me. It's on indefinite loan until you get your own.
You know?
I used to do that with my fingers. I'd give my fingers to someone so they come back and give it to me, not die. Always worked.
Oh, I see.
Now I
It's
can't take my fingers off anymore.
like one of those things. Right. I understand.
Something on your mind?
thinking of something. Sensei, Aki Sensei, to be clear, was telling some of us about
There we go.
certain seals, talismans, that sort of thing, that can be placed on certain objects, meant to keep them cleansed or pure, try to lock away unpleasant things, or trap something inside it.
Like a sealing talisman or something?
Yeah, paper seals, that sort of thing. Different inks, different kinds of paper, things to seal it all.
Explore. What about it? Are you like thinking of sticking one on someone?
Not someone so much as something.
Something.
Yeah. I don't even think. Not even sure if any of it would actually help. That's the problem.
Oh no,
The sword.
You want to put it on the sword?
Yeah, thinking about it. In our practice, part of it, there is significance and certain symbology and sort of importance around swords, blades, that sort of thing.
There is?
Weapons. They tend to be extensions of a person. You pour yourself into them, right?
Very apt symbolism, considering.
Well, you know. More like some of your essence as a person goes into it. It's why things like swords and weapons and other objects can sometimes be used by spirits to house themselves.
Yeah, so you're saying that my sword might have a spirit within it?
No, but maybe it has a bit of you in it at this point. You've been using it long enough. But I'm sure you take good care of it and keep it clean.
You think
Make
part
sure
of me
it's
is in
sharp
that
and-
sword?
Not in the most, like, literal sense, but, like... Think of it like... Think of it like a fingerprint on this glass. Right now, it's clean.
But the more times you
But if you were
touch
to
it,
pick it up,
the more fingerprints you have on it.
yes.
Like a bond.
And the more Yes, and the more you have a bond with an object, a personal sort of connection to it, whether it's its importance to you or, you know, that sort of thing. Emotional significance. Some of you is still there with it. I know Kuro-san, one of the other agents at Aegis, she can see things. Yeah?
Kuro.
One of the things. Kuro. Kuro-san. She is, she's another scion.
Have I met her?
I don't
Maybe.
think so. She hasn't been around much. Saw her once a couple months ago. She stopped by and said hello. She's been busy, has gotten another job, and hasn't been around as much. Been taking some time for herself.
There's a black hair, an eye patch, bunch of tattoos. Very punk aesthetic.
Ye-
Some of her powers all seem to center
Were
around...
they in that mindscape with Marius?
Come on. There we go.
We went to the pizzeria / casino place. Someone
Yeah,
matching that
actually.
description.
Yeah. I think that might have been them.
I've seen him around. Don't know why I kind of.
Like, Malleus is grabbed them, or like, not a real
No,
version of them?
he was pulling from our minds.
Okay.
I guess I must have been thinking about her. Which, I mean, I do. He's a friend and is another scion, so I worry about her. Hope for her safety and well-being, but, you know, it's, like... to the point, she can see things. If an object belonging to someone is left somewhere and it has some significance to them, she can sometimes hold it and she begins to see. She tries to look, different visions,
Excuse
of
me.
things that have happened around it. It's a bit hazy and not super detailed, but she can often get different emotions, can see flashes of
I used to
things
read,
relating to that person.
I used to read like occult novels out of just odd fascination. She sounds like a seer or a seeker.
I suppose you could compare her to a seer, yeah.
It's like, what the fuck's the word? Divination? It's a school,
The
not
School of
out.
Magic?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think some people described it as being a scryer or something like that.
Yeah.
Scryers, seers, diviners. There's a lot of different words for that school. But yes, people who can see things.
My brother could do a little bit of scrying. Nothing like see into the future or the past, but he could find where people were. If you had something of theirs.
Dangerous stuff.
And I wonder if it's a similar like thing that she's looking at that someone scrying with a personal object uses.
Maybe. What do you say?
This makes my put it back.
Put it back.
This definitely makes my theory as to what psionics are even are compared to other forces like magic. It makes it more interesting if they're interacting with the same forces aside from regular old physics. I feel like I'm a magic now.
It's... I don't know. It's a bit beyond me, but Still, I think it's
Would be worth a
sort
shot.
of, you know. Yeah.
Seeing what she picks up.
Well, I'm sure, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's.
Mm.
It sounds like a good idea, but at the same time, it also seems like a bad idea. When I first started using the blade and I first got the chalice, people I killed, their blood would gather up towards me, and go into the chalice, and I'm assuming it was using it to feed its powers or something. I don't really know. But, if.
That is usually not a good sign, no? Blood contains life force, I guess? I don't
Yeah.
know.
They said something
Depending
about
on who
life
you
force.
ask. Yeah. Their essence.
What's the word?
So if anything, I would imagine the sword probably has, well, because I've fed it some of my blood, it would probably have pieces of meat in it, but also pieces of people I've killed, or even harmed. Which means essentially a melting pot of different things. Might be best not to have someone go snooping down into it, in case there is a...
Maybe. Depends on how it's using that life force.
In alchemy, blood is vitae. It is basically it is filled with life. Which means life force, or like vital fluid. It's often used as a transformative agent. Changes things.
Why are you like this? Put it back, please.
I think that's how it's used for. Regardless, it's basically life itself in an alchemical sense.
Well, life force is a form of energy, so at least that's from my understanding. So it makes sense why we use essentially blood magic in the replacement of actual magic, considering it's a dead zone. Part of the reason why all magic requires blood.
I don't think you ever mentioned that before. Yeah, I don't think that's normal.
What, using blood?
Yeah. Most people use, well, mana crystal as a power
Yeah,
source.
True, but if there's no
I
mana
suppose
in
they
the
don't-
ambient air, where's it going to get the mana from?
Well, the crystal contains that already. That's usually the goal, anyways.
The chalice is meant
Though
to
they
be
tend to-
a mana crystal, but it's empty all the time. I have to keep recharging it by going into combat.
It sounds like you all are using the wrong weapon in the wrong place.
What do you mean, wrong weapon, wrong place?
Well, if it's constantly draining your power source, wouldn't that make it less effective? Like a phone constantly dying without you using it. But instead of just recharging it, with electricity or whatever, you're having to power it with blood.
Yeah, that's why it's not active all the time. That's why the cancer only gets worse when I pull the trigger, because it's using energy from the chalice. The scientists explained it to me that it's essentially mana traveling from point A to point B, Point A being the chalice and
Oi.
point B being the sword.
Yeah, I understand this. It's more like the chalice. When you're not using it, if it is constantly being drained away by.
Only gets drained when I pull the trigger.
Hmm. Okay.
It's not empty right now, it's actually
Still.
full because I haven't been using it.
Hmm. Hmm. Still. When the cost is so high, you know, to keep it powered.
I don't tend to think about
Though I suppose you guys don't have very many
needing to kill people.
alternatives.
Yeah, it's either guns, bullets, and conventional weaponry can only get you so far.
I wonder if we could figure out like how blood powers it, like how that works. If an alternate power source could be found that doesn't fuck you up.
I'm assuming what the blade wants isn't the blood, it's wanting the mana in the blood.
I wonder if we like just dumped a mana potion in there, what would happen?
Mana potions don't usually actually contain mana.
Do they not?
They contain stuff that helps your body to produce more mana. Encourage its regeneration.
I mean, that's certainly to solve the problem of me killing people. I can just bloodlet myself and feed it my mana. But
Maybe don't.
I've done it a few times in the pinch, but no, yeah, I don't try to make it a habit. I imagine a mage could probably charge it, but my mages are non-existent in District Zero. They don't exist.
Well, if their bodies, you know. Place where magic is so dead and drained.
I mean, don't you ever think about how people who use mana get it back? Is it like a... Is it
Yeah.
like the mitochondria? Does it produce energy inside the body to produce the mana? Or is it something you absorb from the ambient air? These are things I don't know. Nor do I
It's like a
even
little bit
understand.
A, a little bit of B.
A little bit of both, but to my understanding, it has something to do with the soul. But I'm not an expert in these sorts of things.
Has something to do with
The
the soul.
problem is when you're in a place where mana is so non-existent. The very air there leeches it out of you. I felt it. I feel different when I'm standing in District Zero.
Yeah,
My understanding of
It's like
I should
standing
say
in a
they
very dry room.
to me, Silent District Zero is actually very pleasant. Because when I leave it, my arm starts to hurt.
That
I
might
suppose it's
be
a bit
the...
like if actually very apt.
I mean,
do you
what if
feel
that's
like-
just the mana that your body is naturally producing, actually recovering? Those crystals
And it makes my
Absorbing
arm hurt
it.
because of it. Perhaps.
could be. If those are like normal mana crystals, as the mana flows through your body, it almost makes me wonder if... Do you remember how I told you mana crystals usually form in places where there's a buildup? Like the flow is sort of disrupted or clashes and needs to go another way? Yeah?
Yeah, I do remember
Ley
you.
lines and all that.
Yeah. I do remember you saying something like that, yeah. However, when there's no mana in the ambient air, there's nothing to flow. And surely...
Inside of you.
Right, so you're saying that there's a blockage in my body? How does mana normally circulate?
Big crystals, they're in the way. They formed, but then now they're
Yeah.
in the way like
But surely
storms in a river, you know?
if I'm using the blade, it's pulling mana from the chalice, right? Can I just put mana from my
Wait.
body directly?
That would be the theory. That's how most spellcasters do their stuff.
Okay, so...
Maybe the blade requires like a more purified form of mana that's pulling from the chalice.
I mean... If it's pulling from my body, isn't that pure mana? I thought that would be pure mana.
Not really.
Right.
Do you know how people have affinities?
No.
Whenever someone expresses magic, most of them tend to find that certain types of magic, certain spells, and certain elements are more easy to express or come more naturally to them.
Is there a way of measuring that? Like, is there some sort of test or exam I can do to gauge things?
Do you remember the spell? What is the word? Test. The test that I told you about when I was little. I took this to see if I had the gift for magic.
Is it like a
When they
blood
do
test?
that, no, there is a stone. You hold it in your hand, and you recite a spell. The stone is enchanted to try to help you express this. It is an enchanted object. But when it does so, it pulls from your mana. And when it does, it glows. But it is supposed to glow different colors based on what sort of affinities may be expressed by you. It often gives people a good idea, at least. It's not for certain. There's always differences. How
Are
to say?
you able to get your hands on one?
Not exact. I could try to ask around. Why, are you interested in trying yourself?
I feel like knowing this information would be vital for finding out a cure for my illness. Maybe one of the affinities is affecting this flow and it's causing problems. Say example,
I've
if
heard of people getting sick when other affinities, like mana crystals, you have to be a bit cautious around them. They're not always stable. They can be a bit dangerous when they get very, very big. When there is a big build-up.
It wouldn't know.
You know, like pipes in the buildings, you know, in like the
Yeah.
films or whatever, you know, they burst very
okay.
explosively, very scary like.
So you're saying that I
Kind of
might
like that.
explode?
No.
Okay.
People get sick sometimes when other affinities overpower. People are usually balanced with certain affinities showing up, certain elements showing up more. But sometimes when things get imbalanced, people start to feel a bit ill.
Maybe that's why they're getting sick. You say you're fueling this chalice with people's blood, yes? Not always your own?
Yeah.
Maybe that mana is getting drawn into your body through either the process of the sword working or just being near the thing.
I mean, it makes sense.
And since it's not your mana, it's messing up your system.
Hi. Well, and you already said that you mana circuits or something. Not good. The flow of mana through your body is a bit uneven.
I don't know anything about mana circuits.
I thought you said can't cast magic.
Yeah, I can't cast magic, but I just assumed it's because of not having any talent, or because it's District 0.
Oh, maybe I'm misremembering.
Could the say something of my affinity is light? I'm trying to think of polar opposites. If my affinity is light and the blade is darkness, if I were to pull the trigger, would that cause like a conflict between affinities, and that can cause this ailment?
I'm not sure about causing, but could certainly contribute, I guess. I'm not exactly sure. My knowledge is only based on what small things I remember and hearing people talk about, you know.
Really talking with
Did I?
a
I can't
ether
remember.
wizard or
When was this?
What's the word? Person who works with magical technology. Artificer. Might be able to.
If I'm honest, good name, you didn't really miss
better
much.
information.
The first bit was just like a lot
And
of
also
Queen
find
just
out
listening
easy
to people.
find.
Yeah. Maybe. That being said, what Haruka-san said about these other affinities, these elements that people, their bodies tend to give off. The mana is like not pure, it is sort of like to use an example from earlier, it's like watercolor, you know, how a drop of paint.
Oh, you mean like
You
how...
start mixing these things in together.
I
Eventually
see.
you get like black or a really muddy sort of color.
Okay, so...
Depending on what it's actually doing, though.
So I'm getting ideas that it's like a mix of impurities from using the blade, getting other people's traces stuck in my body, and it's causing blockages.
Well, once something like that starts, I can only imagine it gets worse and worse, faster and faster. Once a crystal forms, it will start to grow bigger and bigger as more mana gets sort of caught, like a web.
But wouldn't that mean it gets worse, even if I don't use the blade? If a river's flowing,
That's
it flows non-stop.
probably why it hurts when you're in a more mana-rich environment, because even though it's not as accelerated as the sword, it's probably still growing very slightly.
So does that mean that being outside of District 0 causes me to actually have my cancer get worse?
I'm hoping not.
If at all, it seems very marginal, because you haven't noticed it get worse unless you pull the trigger.
I mean,
It's probably very minor.
I don't even know if it's getting worse when I pull the trigger. I was told by the scientists it does. And it's not like I can observe its progression. I got to go to the doctors for that. They said it has only gone up slightly since my last appointment, but it's small increments.
Have you used the sword since then?
No.
Like, between that and the last time that you went?
No. And he said there's been no
you have any
changes
of
from what I
the-
can see.
Okay.
Do you have any of the crystals that have been sort of removed from your body?
Scientists did conduct a biopsy of one, yes. Did some research on it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say maybe we could try putting it somewhere outside of District 0 and seeing if it grows.
Sure, we can try doing that. But I don't think Kijin would allow that. They said that my crystals were like a biohazard of some sort. They did some research and it said it contained traces of my DNA and other biological matter with it. Inside of it, not even outside.
When ice forms, stuff gets trapped inside, so I imagine it's a lot like that.
Perhaps. Well, if anyone's gonna do this
don't
testing...
form very easily. Other things get sort of encased.
Encased, yeah.
Encased?
Encased.
Is there a difference between encased and encased?
Encase is a word of... No. We'll go this way, in case. But encase is...
No, I mean like one word.
Yeah.
Because there's
encase.
There's an I.
Something in ice.
There's encased? Or is it
E-N.
E with an E?
E-N.
I thought it was iron.
Okay.
Well,
Iron. That's a...
I don't know.
no, actually, you're right. It's Ian.
I think you know the
Yeah,
language better
encased.
than I do. I trust your judgment on it. Regardless,
Modern
things
slang
getting
changes all the time.
encased by the crystal.
Perhaps.
Is it slang?
I mean, like, words can change based upon slang and
Sorry, I wanted to
dictionaries.
stand
So,
up.
Oh, so.
I wanted to stand up. My legs are
I
falling
guess
asleep.
the next time I can
Oh.
go to Aegis, I can ask Hybris to do a biopsy and do some tests to see if it grows outside of my body.
Oh. Okay. If you trust her to.
Well, it's either that or trust Kijin. And they've kind of kept me in the dark regarding a lot of information, so... Yeah.
That's fair. I would trust her a lot more than I would trust Kitchen too. You heard what I had to say earlier. It's not that I don't. She's a scary lady to me.
What do you think of this? Anybody?
Huh?
Maybe. It's
grilled
fish. If you want some.
Yes,
seaweed.
please, actually.
Good,
I'm actually feeling quite
protein.
hungry.
Alright.
Tofu is also good protein as well. I don't think Queen actually knows if she has mana circuits or not.
I
So that's why I'm a
think
bit
these
like, I'm not too
are-
sure if she knows.
I'm trying to figure out what these are. Cool balls.
Looks like meatballs or something.
Oh, jeez, they have gravity. No, it's like a dough by the looks of it. Not actually sure.
Thank you.
Or maybe fruit?
Maybe it's
don't
what's the word? Like octopus balls. Takoyaki.
Doesn't smell like takoyaki.
Where'd it
I
go?
don't know. You ate it, clearly.
I ate it. I didn't even put it in my
Oh,
mouth.
here, have it.
I don't know, there was a sound. You touched it to your face, so you ate it. Clearly.
It's the heart.
I must have been very hungry as well because I ate the stick as well,
Oh, thank
apparently.
you. Yeah. Jeez.
Trying to not step on this is very hard.
I honestly can't remember. Sure.
Want to try fish?
Chewing.
Sure. Yeah, it's like almost like fried dough ball, almost, I think. Tastes pretty good though. Lightly fried.
Not too bad.
That's good.
We should probably get going soon because Seems like my foot
No,
has
during
fallen all
Keaton's
over the
testing, they
floor.
wouldn't have told us stuff. They want to keep her in the dark about loads of
Okay.
things.
Mm.
Where are my boots?
Can you pass me over the green bottle, please?
Sure. Here, want me to pour you some?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Glad I still remember. When I was younger, my mother taught me not to pour drinks. Don't want to splash too much.
Yeah, something about foam or something.
I don't know about the foam, but she said it would be good if I ever, you know,
Found a
found a
partner.
husband.
Yeah.
Head off for now then.
Laura,
You're heading off?
you'll be safe getting back, yeah?
I'll try my best.
Okay. Hope you had fun.
I did. It was nice and
Maybe we'll
comfy
have to
hanging
try
out
this
with
again,
them.
like Mosan said. Maybe another week, sometime soon.
Yeah. Just
I
keep me
know I
informed
wanted
and
to.
I'll make it.
Hi. Though. Well, I'm talking to her a bit about it. She's. I hope coming around, but. I know we had talked to Kotson about checking out that mall you talked about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the one you said closed down?
If I really want to check that one out, she could come along.
I think she could probably use it. I know she's been under a lot of stress lately.
Catherine.
Yeah. Some stuff going on, and well, either way, been speaking to her about everything. So. Just under a lot of stress.
So long as she's still alive, she can always fix the issue she has.
I'm not entirely sure that's how she sees it. So,
While she's young, she will believe that any small mistakes is going to set up for failure for the rest of her life. It's just a mentality that young people have. Especially when people's parents or
I
the
suppose.
adults around them tell them that these choices they make now determines their entire life. Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure and stress on the people. And it takes a while for you to get out of that mindset.
She'll be okay at the end. She's strong.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I didn't get to ask earlier. Everything alright with Dee and that lady?
My ass is going dead. It's going numb. Because I'm not sat on a pillow. I'm sat on the floor.
She's not
And it's
someone to be
hard.
trusted,
And it hurts.
for sure.
Oh my god. Why is that?
But I don't
Give
think
me
she's
so much
an
relief.
immediate threat. It's more like. Wow.
Should do that more often.
I think Disan, she wants certain things back things she's lost. And it's hard to say whether or not she'll be able to get them back.
Like possessions, items, or is it people?
Things that belonged to her. She's had
Possessions.
some encounters with Fae.
Oh, I just
I'm
heard
not sure
that
how many
Fae
stories
are...
about the Fae you've heard, but
that you don't trust
it's not
them,
pretty.
you don't give them your names, and make no deals with them like devils.
You can make deals with them, but if you're going to, you need to be very careful. Or at the very least, be ready to pay the cost.
Yeah, but the problem is with Fae, they tend to be very tricksy. He asks for something small and he weave it around into something major. At least that's what I've heard from other people. Best not
That's why
to,
you have to be very clear.
Yeah. I feel like with
A couple
devils,
years ago,
they're a bit more exact with their deals.
sometimes.
Sometimes. Sounds like you have experience with them.
I made a deal with a Fae once. There was, well, I think you've met her. Maybe. She was, well, she used to be our head of medical, Dages. Libby was her name.
BB,
Hmm.
never heard of her.
She got very sick. She was dying. But there was a way to save her, and... well... some of us were willing to give up some things to help her. Some of us traveled into the Feywilds and bargained with a Fey to get the things that she needed, so that way they could make medicine so she could be saved. I don't know. I gave up a memory. I don't remember what it was, but it was something happy. They wanted it.
Of
I
course
think
they
it was
did.
from some time when I was younger, though. I don't remember what it was, though.
Is there a hope of ever getting it back, or is it just gone forever?
Probably not. It's
I
Fae.
could try to make another deal with that Fae, but
Not worth it.
no. It would be difficult. I would need to find something to offer them that is valuable enough to them.
Well, in
make
capitalist
up for it.
markets, usually something gets higher in value when you create a problem. So, it's like you feed something salty to someone, and you have a glass of water. Normally the glass of water would be free, but because you now want the water to quench the thirst after eating something salty, you go, well, this now costs you money to purchase it. You could do the same thing to the Fae, create a situation where they need something and it increases the value, but I think it's just more hassle than it's worth. I understand giving up memories is a very touchy subject for people, but if it's something happy, you can always replace it with other happy memories. Yeah, sure, you're forgetting the past, but you would probably forget the past eventually, sometime in the future.
It had to be something very happy, though. And that was the part that scared me in the moment. I don't. I don't think it changed me as a person, but maybe it did. I don't know. It's too hard to say, but I don't think it's worth worrying.
Well, we
You're
just
right,
need to
though.
make more happy
We
memories
need to
then.
keep making happier. Yeah. That's what I want to do. But unfortunately, the situation poor Tison's in is, well, she wants to get it back. I think.
They want to get it back.
Maybe not. Yeah, what they lost. To say though.
She seems really like her mood immediately changed as soon as the orange-haired woman came into the pawn shop. I tried to buy a gun from her so that she would basically be out of that person's hair, but like came into the pawn shop.
Yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, that person isn't even the one who has what she wants. They're just a part of the same group of Fae.
see.
Might be the same court. Hard to say.
Court? What do you make court? Like a clan, like a tribe?
I think that's sort of how it works.
I think they're like
Even
organized
within
by
the courts,
seasons.
there is different seasons and the different parts of nature. Then there's
I don't,
the seelie and the unseelie, I think, is terms
know
they
anything about that.
use. I'm not as sure.
I just know the
Much of it
seasonal
is
ones. I
just too much for my
remember
head.
Chimera being introduced to me as being part of the Autumn Court, I think. This Chimera, really big, runs the Red Wilds.
Ah, so.
Hopefully she can find what she's looking for.
I agree.
Alright, we'll head out for now. Thank you for spending Valentine's Day with me. The both of you.
Of course. Thank you for
You're welcome.
joining us.
Stay safe.
You too, Haruka. So, do you have any plans for the rest of the day?
Not really. I'm
Really?
just trying to rest, take it easy.
Mhm.
I took a few days away from the shrine. I wasn't sure how badly I would get injured. Okay, Sensei always gets so concerned, gives me that look he gives. He was actually asking me about you the other day.
He was asking about me.
He was asking if you were... Yeah. Asking if you were well.
As well as I can be with this, but yeah, I'm doing okay.
Asked if my scary sword lady friend was still alive and well, if she was feeling better.
Still being scary.
What,
Yeah.
you certainly left an impression with some of the other girls.
Really.
Hmm.
I suppose not every day they see someone cloaked in black and carrying around a big sword.
Hmm. Some of them were thinking I had brought some evil spirit with me. And to say no, she's
Yeah.
mortal.
Hmm. Makes me think, if I were to perish, would I come back as a vengeful spirit? Would I be something that your shrine would be worried about stepping through the gates?
Hmm. Stepping through the gates. Vengeful spirit, maybe. Stepping through the gates, no. Our goal is to try to help every spirit that comes to our gates. It's
So
just that sometimes we have to ask that they stay outside until they're ready.
I see. So if anything, it'd be a relief for you if I were to show up to your gates, so to speak.
No, Wow. I mean, you're dead. And... well. If it came down to it, yes,
That's what I mean.
I'd want to help you. I'd want to do everything in my power to try to make certain that whatever happens to you in your next life, you don't have to worry about some powerful jerk pushing you around again.
No one's really pushing me around at the moment, Sakato.
Not what I'm talking about.
I'm a little bit slow.
Your old boss. The whole reason you joined the Whisperers.
Oh,
Stopped
I like the corporate
practicing
person.
science.
Yeah.
Yeah. That creep.
I'm so used to that being into the very distant past, I kind of forget that as part of the equation sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it might not be the only trouble that you have. And who knows? Maybe you would have experienced other things far worse or maybe better. It's hard to say, but still. Maybe that's... I don't know. A sword that slowly turns your arm to crystal, and a bunch of gang members who constantly fighting and being someone on the front line.
Being in
These
this
are all things that I know you can handle.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Every time I think about that guy, after you told me, just... I can't help but feel angry about it, Like, what a creep.
Hey invaders, welcome. Have a negative, hope you had a good stream. Welcome.
I know it's in the distant past for you, just... You deserved better.
Yeah. Although, if I'm honest, if you think that way, you kind of just become very angry with everything. You think about what you've lost, what you could have had, how other people ruined it, and it leads you to dark places. Twisted pathways, and ways to cope and deal with it. What I'm trying to say is that it's better to not think about it.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's not. It's not that I think about what you lost that day, or what could have been gained, or anything like that. I just think about how I would have felt, and how he must have made you feel, and it makes me angry. You deserve better. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, the stuff he did was gross, but I stood by my
Yeah.
principles.
No, it's just.
I can blame him, but I can't fault him for it. Everyone is doing the exact same thing to make a living for themselves in this city, in Saphira. Sadly, with how Saphira is, people with morals and principles just don't do well. There's a reason why everyone hates corpos. It's because they've all become a very blanket term for people who are just out for the public interest, while also trying to keep up appearances. They're corrupt. I mean, I doubt there's a single good corporation you can think of. You can name me one if you could, but even Hybris probably has her own skeletons in their closet. It's not a thing I say with knowledge, but more of a sweeping statement. She might be, on top of things.
No, I'm. Whether or not she's got skeletons or not, I don't know. You hate the way that McKay treats me, huh? It makes you angry.
No, I don't. Yes, I hate McKay for it, but I more feel sad that you allow yourself to be exposed to it. So the same way I feel about myself regarding that. I hate what the guy did, but I didn't let myself get exposed to it, so there's no sadness attached to it. There's anger for what he did afterwards, yes. Faking my death and trying to get my sister involved. But I never got exposed to something that eroded my principles. But again, I'm talking from a position where I'm dealing with a human, a corporate entity. You're dealing with something that's far, far beyond that. Remember when I mentioned about the Eldrazi? I found information out recently that Marius McKay is a Eldrazi.
Is that what they call it?
Supposedly, yes. Now, I'm not sure what an Eldrazi is. I doubt I can look online for information regarding them. I mean... I remember there being an entity that Marius has. An asset, so to speak. A hacker who has a very distinct symbol of an eye. She Although I think the name is
Yeah.
escaping me. Evangeline or Angelina, something like
Evangeline.
that.
Yeah. What about her?
Well, she works for Manius, and I imagine if I were to look the internet for Eldrazi, she would probably be clued in to my searches.
Maybe.
There's always
Hard to say.
caution to be exercised. Jazzy, very much for the follow. Welcome to the community. Hope you enjoy your stay. Take care, womb. What, womb? Whom? Oh, it's whom. They whom smile. Very much.
I guess the idea of someone treating you anyway like that just upsets me. That's all. But whether it's whoever that guy was, McKay or I don't know. I just wouldn't want anyone to, I don't know, maybe men being trying to use power.
Now you know how I feel when Manius mistreats you.
Yeah.
The only difference is that you've convinced yourself that using Manius is a route that can lead to good.
I guess it's like trying to
It's a piece of hair keeps getting into my visor.
take advantage of the fact that he lets his guard down.
Do you know he's letting his guard down, or is he doing that to trick and trap you?
A little bit of both, honestly.
Hmm.
It's a game. A back and forth. I find how far I can try to get information.
Manius is smart, arrogant, but smart. He's not going to give you the foundations of his plans. He's not going to give you key information. He's telling you what he wants you to believe, to see. The only thing predictable about Manius that I have come to terms with is that it's predictable he's going to do something bad. Everything else is just conjecture, assumptions. I mean, how? He's taken interest in me, someone which I think is quite plain, unextraordinary. But he sees value, and that makes me a bit worried, makes me cautious. He's up to something.
I think you're anything but playing. However, he takes interest in people who are able to stand up to him.
The first thing that comes to mind when you say that is a pack of wolves. No, not even a pack of wolves. Orcas. The black and white mammal that lives in the ocean. Like a whale. They
think I know the
hunt
one.
in packs for food, but when they're full, they will still hunt. Not because they need nourishment, but because they want to do it for sport. They play with the things they kill. There used to be documentaries about them tossing seals that are still alive out of the water in a certain distance. That's what madness feels like. He's interested in the chase, the fight. He wants to see people who are resilient against him and watch them crumble. Why else would he build someone up?
To try to figure out what makes them different from the things he's trying to create.
You can understand things through dialogue, through conversation. But he does
Not in
not.
the same way.
Exactly.
He wanted to. Probably still wants to create
Oh yeah, I plan to do that.
more scions that are able to be controlled by him. But he wants them to be strong. He wants them to be powerful.
If I didn't know any better, it sounds like he's building an army. I guess the question is,
Pretty much.
what is the army for? Who is it against?
What to say?
Are you
He has
aware he's...
enemies.
Do you know he's part of a cartel group?
No?
Remember when I sent you that text message? That I'm going somewhere and I'll send out a ping if I'm gonna go missing? I met with someone from a group called The Unfolded. Have you heard of them before?
What are they called?
The Unfolded.
No, I can't say I have.
I met an individual called Nomad. Went to a subway system that I would frequent. Has a few nice shops. Always people there. It was empty and devoid of life. A door appeared in front of me and I walked through. I tried using that phone, Princess. It gave me coordinates to the location where I went to, the train station, or the subway. And it took me to this place. Apparently I was in the astral sea. First time I've been. And probably won't be the last. Depending on how this conversation goes. I didn't tell you much about what happened on the phone call. Was a person on the other side with a accent, very heavy accent. You looking at something?
No. Just the snow.
Oh, I thought
Was that-
someone had snuck in or something.
No. Hold on. No.
Nothing here? Okay. Yeah, there was a voice in the opposite side of the phone. Very heavy accent. Male. Had a few conversations.
The one from down in the playground, yeah?
Yes, the one in the
Or
playground.
someone different?
I believe they are one and the same. He wanted a coin from me. Now, I felt that to be a bit weird, as I don't carry coins. Isn't, well, old form of currency. I had one in my pockets, and I'm wondering if it's some sort of symbolism. But, went into this astral sea place, and he said he was an enemy of Manius's. He unfolded as a group that is going against him, and that apparently there is an item of importance to him in the playground that can supposedly help or even be used to defeat Manius. Now I'm approaching it with a great amount of skepticism, because someone approaching you with something that's going to solve a problem you have seems a bit too real to be true.
Too convenient.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But apparently he was watching us when we went to the playground. To cut the long story short, he made an offer. There is a compass which points towards to the item that he's looking for in the playground. I'll be contracted to him, and I can keep using Princess so long as I'm of benefit to them. I said I was going to spend some time to think about it. I am now thinking about it.
With everything else on your plate, is this something you're wanting to add to all that?
If what the scientists say is true, I have no more than a decade. I don't really have time and luxury to be relaxing. This also sounds like the best opportunity to deal with Manius, because no one else seems to be dealing with him. I just wish it wasn't me. Someone who is far removed from that. Wouldn't even say far removed. From someone who is not particularly capable and equipped to deal with Manius. I thought it's a bit fucked up that I have to intervene. I honestly used to look to like fairy tales of there being heroes and the like. Someone who would rise up to a challenge to bring justice to evil and everything else. I understood very clearly that I was none of those things. I was just a researcher, an academic. I think it's a very cruel twist of fate that it's... I know. But I have some part to play in this by the sounds of it. Should it be other people? Yes. Be Aegis or some other group in Saphira, hell. Someone else in the entire planet. But it's not. I have waited years for someone to deal with him. So that we might get rid of the tigers, that we might have to stop struggling in District Zero because of the tiger threat. Because we couldn't go after the boss when the underlings were keeping us preoccupied. So now I found myself in a situation where I might be led astray, either to an item which might deal with him, or into someone's clutches to be indebted. I'll be honest, this is beyond me. The most extravagant place I've been to so far has been these onsens, and then I find myself in a taxidermist's haven in the astral sea, talking to some sort of entity beyond my comprehension.
Yeah.
I have travelled far from my roots. Do you have any other allies when it comes to Manius? As in the fight against him?
There was the Valentes, but they've been so distracted.
I couldn't expect the Valentes to finish a cooked meal, let alone deal with Manius.
Yeah, well, I didn't know them as well. I only continued pursuing after the first incident because I thought everyone else is pushing so hard, spitting in his face, but they're getting nowhere. And I brought them some information and they were able to use it. So I kept trying to bring them more information.
Yeah, but they've done very little to do it. They've not gained ground.
Well, then Ludric happened. How best to put? There are others, I think. They're all just scattered. Everyone's hiding. He's powerful enough that if you actively take a stand against him, and you're not as cautious as possible, even telling the wrong person about what you're doing against him, could get you killed. I'm sorry I don't have better things to say about it.
There's so
I
much
tell you
else to
that
say.
there's entire hordes of people, which is
Yeah.
Do you remember the night that I guess the only way I could describe it would be breaking. Told you about Nikkei and everything that I was doing.
Vaguely. We've had quite a few
think-
conversations regarding him.
That first night at the inn, there at the meat rack, I just remember feeling so desperate to have someone else understand. Because I did feel alone. Even though there are others in AHS, you know. I worry that we wouldn't be enough.
Hate to break it to you, Sakoto, but you're not enough. I feel like Aegis, even with all of its resources and all of its personnel, would do little. You said so yourself. Slade got toppled. If it was a case of just firepower, then maybe you would stand a chance. But it is a mixture of manipulation, information, and trust. And when someone can manipulate those things through influence, through mind control or domination, this because you're specifically trained against it, there's not really any winning against that. We don't know how powerful Marius is. We're only as powerful as much as he's willing to show us. Hell, that moment of instability when both me and you fought in that mindscape, I have half the mind to believe that it was a scripted thing to give us a sense of confidence, ego, bait us into a false narrative, feel emboldened to continue. It's just one giant game to him, like you said. A test. How many people is he interested in?
It's hard to say. There may be others I don't know about. There is, of course, yourself, me,
Haruka.
Haruka. Haruka. His children.
I would say even his
Eden.
enemies interest him. Nomad made mention that he had an employee, someone who was on his side, working for him, but he turned traitor and joined Manius instead. Now, because they have a similar accent, I immediately assumed it was a person named Hermes, who was the brains behind the Tigers back 4 years ago.
I remember him. I've met him.
Southern drawl, spoke with confidence
Kind
and
of, yeah.
experience. Nomad sounded similar, southern accent, speak with wisdom, not much arrogance. So my first assumption was that Hermes was his person who turned traitor, but that's a big assumption on my part. It feels like there's very little choice or option but to take up this offer from Nomad. Because I feel like if I were to leave this world and Manius was still a problem and you and other people were slowly being taken away, Tigers were taking control over District Zero, I don't think I could live with myself, both in the living and the afterlife. I'm not going to be reckless though. Before you go assuming,
I wasn't. But thank you.
okay. Perhaps a point of no return. But I did feel like I had very little purpose, reasoning in life at the moment, other than just existing and living. The strange dad and the Tigers being pushed back. The only real threat left over is Manius. Do you have any questions for me before I need to pack up and leave?
I don't doubt your resolve. I guess I just... don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Really? Because my stupidity stunned you? My foolishness?
Stupidity. Anything but. The fact that you can go through everything that you have and still say that you're going to take on more, it's... What do you mean? I am at a loss for words. I admire your strength. Maybe if I was half the woman you were. Maybe then I could find the words.
I have a desire for you not to become even half of the woman I was, or am. Because this doesn't come from inherent abilities or talent. It comes from experience. An experience that I'd rather you not go through. Not just you, but anyone else.
Well, you didn't get that much choice.
True, but it's my choice now to make use of the information. Give it to people and equip them with it. We have dealt with tigers for many years. And if it comes to blows, Whisperers can help with keeping tigers at bay while we do investigations of our own part. I've already asked Chase Henderson if he would be willing to send his Whisperers out on a mission to collect serums from the new hogs. Hybris has requested samples, and I have means to provide them. Something we can use to incriminate Malleus on supplying bioweapons to gangsters and creating a proxy war. Maybe have something incriminating against him. But for now, we need to keep a low profile. Build up evidence against him and then hit it when he's most weak. And
That's been Aegis's goal all along.
Yeah. My only hope is that it doesn't get swept under the rug. I remember there's like a weird debacle with reports about Marius eating hands, and that didn't really hold much weight.
Well, it had the effect of stirring people up, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah,
That was the problem.
because no one did anything afterwards. I am of the belief that some people might be, as Mo said it, complacent. Not hating corporates enough. I think people are just becoming numb to the atrocities that are committed daily. They want to just work and live out their days in relative peace and comfort. But they don't stand up for themselves when things get worse. There's also the idea about not my district, not my problems. Market is a eerie place. Doesn't feel like it's inhabited by people but shadows. Palace has its problems, Industrial has its problems with Leap Foundry. I'm sure Garden has its problems. Waterfront. So yeah, people are too focused on their own areas. And this is not to brag, but I don't think many people are in positions of power like I am. I am somewhat of a pillar of stability in District 0. So I have the bandwidth, the means to help other districts or things that might help Sophia as a whole, such as dealing with Manius. My legs are going numb. I also think it's time for me to leave. It does bring me some level of relief that there are other people in other districts committing the fight towards the oppressive nature that the councilmen seem to have. More with Industrial. I like to feel like
Small
Hamsky.
groups of people trying their best.
Exactly. I like to feel like Hamsky, even though he's quiet, is doing his part against Waterfront. Although it does seem like Nemesis isn't probably as bad as the others. I know that District 0 is also having its own problems, but I feel like if the Whisperers didn't fumble the bag, we would have better relations with Akikoda. He was young, we could influence him, make use of him. But Shauna Daly decided otherwise. Waste of an opportunity, which I'm wondering if I can salvage. I'll be sure to keep you informed about my engagement with Nomad. I've been meaning to have this talk with you for a while, Sakoto. Since last week. Well, actually, no.
Hmm?
Not even last week. No. Yeah.
What about last week?
The conversation I had with Nomad. I've been meaning to have this conversation with you to gauge your thoughts and feelings.
It's a way forward worth exploring, if they can be trusted.
I don't think they can be trusted, but we either go around in circles or we try to make use of potential allies where we can. I spent a lot of time with the Whisperers, doing things by myself, because I didn't trust people. And I at least want to try and make things differently. By telling you things and asking for your help, as well as maybe finding unlikely allies.
I suppose in the meantime, I can do is continue to try to get stronger.
Just do
Try
what
to
you're
keep the
able.
rest of Aegis in. Of course.
All I ask is that you keep me informed about your dealings with Malleus. I don't need to know every detail, but I would like to know if he asks you for more training or practice.
Of course.
So I know if something goes wrong. I know you said before he likes to supplant memories or information into people.
A mind seed.
Yes.
Well, there's memories and then I suppose there's mind seeds. Mind seeds are a bit different. It's just him trying to make you into him. A duplicate of his mind. It's scary stuff. I don't like it.
Understandable. Yippee! Oh, my leggies, they hurt.
Oh no!
Sitting there with crossed legs when you have these trackers on your feet is not particularly the most comfortable thing in the world.
Yeah. I am so fucking hungry now.
Did you not eat anything before going into roleplay?
I did.
You did.
But it has been several hours since then.
Oh, true, it has, yeah.
I ate at like around noon. It's now 8:30.
Oh. Oh no. Yeah, I'll be in VR for a little bit longer because the boyfriend wants to spend Valentine's Day in VR. And watch
Understandable.
movies.
Concrete. Oh goodness.
So I hear all that stuff at the very end there.
Yeah, no, it was a bit unexpected, but not unwelcome by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sakura was kind of, for me, in and out of character, like a little just like taken aback, like, oh, okay, so this is the kind of conversation we're about to have. All right. And then it just kind of kept going and going and going until, you know, Queen's basically like, yeah, I'm going to help you. And we're going to attempt to orchestrate the downfall of Malleus motherfucking McKay. And she's just like, holy fuck. Why does she have to just keep getting more and more attractive? Holy shit.
Queen? She's getting more attractive by
Yeah.
doing that? Huh?
It's that strength, it's that resolve that Sakoto is attracted to. She said that like several times now.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
she finds the drive that Queen has for, you know, everything. I'm gonna respawn real quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hmm?
It is just really dark, I guess. I don't know.
It is very dark, yeah.
Yeah. She finds that the resolve and the sort of like strength of will and sort of like determination that Queen manages to carry, you know, one of the most attractive things about her.
Kind of like one of the only qualities that she can probably proudly say she has.
Yeah. Sakoto wants to have that kind of resolve. She just lacks the confidence to say that she can make it happen. Is really what it comes down to. You know, she still views herself in a very small sense. Or she views herself as being very small in a sense. You know, when she joined sort of those early efforts to try and inhibit Malleus McKay, you know, she specifically was going around and telling people that she was, you know, bringing information to that the only reason she was doing this and not helping them like actively like try to hurt him or trying to, you know, fuck him up or some shit was because she did not think she had the strength to do anything meaningful, but by presenting herself as this thing to, you know, sort of be played with and sort of presenting herself as more vulnerable than she really was, that he would, you know, let his guard down around her and offer up would offer up, well, not even offer, but like sort of let free, you know, certain elements of not necessarily his plans, but his knowledge, his interests, his focus, you know, these insights that nobody else could potentially get at the time.
Yeah, you guys have been yapping a lot. Holy shit.
Sakoto has been mildly concerned for some time now that, you know, slowly but surely his interest will either wane, she will stop getting stronger, or he will, you know, get wise to what she's doing.
Yeah. If he's not already wise to it already. Which I kind of have the feeling he is. Or Queen. Sorry, Queen has a feeling that he is already wising up to it. So she's like, why is he just letting her just do these things?
Sakoto believes that it's getting dangerous, which is why she's been reluctant to actively sort of engage with him on these sorts of things. Oh, excuse me. God. She feels that he is on the verge of sort of discovering her real intent. Or that someone is going to let slip. And she knows that the moment that happens,
all hell breaks loose.
She will be, yeah, at least specifically for her. He may turn on her. He may even start to turn on Aegis. He may turn on the people who are closest to her. It's why that, despite the fact that like she does genuinely appreciate that people are willing to put up with McKay and be there with her during like training and stuff to keep, to make certain that she's safe. She knows that even if she can somehow hide from him, he'll know who she is close to or closest to and can then hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
If she went into hiding, he might target people like Queen, might target, Haruka, might target anyone, might target Hamsky. And, that scares the piss out of her. Because at the end of the day, it's like...
It was a good talk.
She's willing to sacrifice herself to a certain degree.
It was a good stream, and it was good relaxing, and it was a good talks, yes.
But doesn't want to endanger anyone else in doing so.
Yeah. And then...
Which is really, really hard to maintain now. It's getting harder and harder to maintain. She was really, really hesitant to have Haruka there with her during the most recent mission, but knew that if she caused too much of a scene and was really harsh with Haruka, that McKay would pick up on that. So she has to kind of... She has to play more dumb than I think, she realizes she's even, doing sometimes.
If Queen understands how Sakura feels about that and would have said what you said now, Queen would just basically be explain to her, the only reason why you feel you're concerned about other people's safety because you're getting involved in it is because you... This is a very strong word, but it's you don't trust them to be able to take care of themselves if the situation arises. If you felt like someone was competent, capable of, defending themselves, capable of standing up to what Manus does, you wouldn't have those fears or feelings. So Queen would just be just find those who are stalwarts, who are able to resist that and able to stand up.
It's less that she's afraid of losing them. And she's afraid of being a burden to any of them. She knows the pressure that she has been under these past few years because of all of this. And she doesn't want that for anyone else. She wants people to be able to... It's sort of why, when people ask her about McKay, and they're oh, well, what's basically, what's the skinny on McKay? What do we need to know about him? She warns them first and foremost. She tells them, once you know, you cannot unknow this. Once you see what I have seen, you will not see things the same way. Sakura didn't want to deny that, she hasn't been through half the stuff that Queen has, because she hasn't. But I think she also quietly kind of thought to herself, no, I have seen some shit at this point. She has, everything that Queen is now experiencing, sort of seeing shit that is just fucking out there. She has been dealing with kind of nonstop for the past few years. Entities that, not even stuff to do with McKay, just shit showing up at the meat rack.
Yeah.
And just going, hey, there's something weird about you. And she's just like, sir, please.
I am the mere mortal. I do not understand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the idea of she can't shove that genie back in the bottle. She's just continuing to get stronger and weirder shit keeps happening. And, meanwhile she's dealing with McKay and, he's sending her to go fight, eldritch flesh beasts in his funny basement.
in his back rooms, as he calls it.
Yeah.
I still find it unhinged that Hal said that. Someone's in my back rooms.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, that's a good way of putting it. Hunster in my chat was saying, Queen's drive and resolve are intoxicating to Sakato. Sakato wishes she had that kind of strength. I think that's why, why she finds Queen so attractive. You know, she looks at her and admires so much about her. Honestly, as a role player, this is me being open with you as a role player. There was a moment where Sakato was so kind of lost in her like overwhelming feelings and wanting to try to find some way to express to Queen how much she appreciated what she was saying. Because she has not, like, you heard her out there. Like, I think it came through in my voice a bit. Experiencing all of this fundamentally has weighed so heavily on her. You know, it is the crushing weight of staring up at the eldritch beast and feeling as though there is no way you could ever do something about it, but like that little spark of hope. There was a moment where Sakato was just like that brief fleeting thought of, I'm going to get up, I'm going to lean over, and I'm going to kiss her on the cheek because I want to show her something. I want to be able to show or say or express to her in some way how much this means. You know, it's not a love that is born out of, oh, you make me feel, you know, pretty, or oh, you make me feel strong. It is, you make me feel safe and like that there is a hope that I can see it tomorrow. And that you're willing to take what has already been harsh and difficult life and take yet more burden onto your shoulders. Like, I'm actually tearing up a little bit.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
Just,
you know, like the characters'
deep breaths.
emotions are so overwhelming that it's difficult to express, and like she said, like I'm at a loss for words. Like, I don't have a way to express this. These emotions.
I know when I was explaining with Queen, how I was like, Queen thinking that there would be someone else to do this job, right? This is not something for a mortal to deal with. This is something for like heroes of legend or some sort of like mystical savior who would come around to, you know, thwart evil. And Queen's just like, why does it feel like that there's no one's willing to do this? And so far it's shown that the people I've been with and, you know, myself, we're the only ones who have really done any lasting harm to Malleus. Well, not even lasting harm, just some form of harm we got underneath his skin. I'm just like, surely, and I don't want to make it sound like, you know, big-headed, like Queen is the Messiah or whatever it is, but it's just like, she was just like, no, there has to be someone else. Why does it have to? Surely there has to be someone else besides, you know, Sokoso, besides Queen, besides the people who are dealing with it. There has to be some greater good that was willing to stand up to it, and it's just, no. She's watched it for, like she said, for many years. Just, it not get any better, get worse. Manius' actions becomes commonplace and normal. People have grown to accept it, and she's just like, if no one else is going to do it, I guess it just falls upon us. We have to do it. And it's just the gravitas of this kind of going, well, not the gravitas, the weight of it is just like, she knows that she's probably going to no longer be the same. She's probably going to perish, or something's going to happen to her that's going to, fuck with her a lot. But she's also doing it because, and I said this like many months ago, maybe even a year ago. Queen is hesitant to grow attached to people because when she does, she feels obligated to make sure that the thing that she, and it sounds like a very kind of, again, because of how Queen is mentally. She's like, if I invest time into Sokoto, she belongs to me. She is mine, and you don't damage or you don't do harm to things which I possess. Which is the way she felt about King, Millie, Yuna. So it's just like, she won't tolerate it. So it's, as she's, bonded with Sokoto more, she's like, I can't just turn a blind eye to this anymore. Sokoto is clearly going through difficult times, and she's actually said 10 years. She might have a bit more than 10 years to survive because of the cancer. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if Sokoto were just to go through this and become corrupted or become one of Malice's like prized possessions or underlings, whatever the fuck happens in that like dystopian or grimdark future. And Queen would rather die fighting, trying to preserve something, and knowing she did something, than to just bury her head in the sand and knowing that she could have done something and she didn't do anything.
Yeah. Looking at it from Queen's perspective, that, God, the idea of like, I might only have a few years left, and all the work she does, being such a risk to her health. The idea that you look at someone who does, is important to you. And knowing that they could just be left alone. Fuck. I can see it. The motivation. That's honestly, this has been such a fucking fun scene to do with you, Keith. Holy fuck. I know I said this the other night, but genuinely it is a blessing to get to roleplay with you, hon.
Likewise. Good feeling all around.
There we go. Yeah. I think we'll have to do more scenes like this sometime soon, because I know Eddie wants to do stuff.
I can't wait for that volcano to erupt again and Queen kind of just getting like, you don't understand kind of situation. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. We'll have to see how it goes, because I don't know how Queen's going to act in the moment.
We'll see.
Like, oh no, I can see something.
It's one of those things. Well, to be honest as well, like part of the only reason Sokoto, that flash of like, well, I could do this. I want to express this to her. One of the reasons she didn't step forward is because she doesn't want to make Queen feel uncomfortable with her right now. Like, she knows that Queen is still dealing with things with Millie, and doesn't know where any of that stands because they haven't really spoken much about it.
Yeah.
And though she is still kind of sitting here like, what is going on? Are you okay? Are you happy? Because, even if she only has a couple years left, she wants her to have someone, because I think that's, before you came up, they were actually having a conversation, the three of them. And it's why Sokoto got really quiet for a bit. Mo was saying, how with everything going on, it's been really difficult, but, she does have that sort of curiosity and that sort of like desire. It's like, is there someone, could I have something? Is this what I want? Could I even give myself to someone in that way?
Yeah, it's mirroring what Queen said before about
lovey feeling things. Yeah. And Sokoto here, she's self-aware enough to know that like what she wants and what she's currently experiencing is kind of like confusing, because it is sort of that impulse, that desire to want to be with someone, to be close to someone, to have that sort of connection. But then on top of that, to how best to word this? To also have a lot of those uncertainties, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Mm.
You know. While also just admiring someone so much that you just want them to be happy. You know, I remember that was why they became friends in the first fucking place.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like just
Sakuro and her like sat down and they were just idly chatting, and Queen opened up to her, and she's just like, holy fuck.
the weird thing is, again, I think I already told you.
You need you need a friend. Like, you need someone who isn't, like, you don't have to feel like is, you know, might potentially betray you or stab you in the back or anything like that. And yeah, it's whew.
It's kind of weird to think, like, 'cause Queen is a 5-year-old character. And it's really weird to think, like, she's 5 years of age. And the amount of kind of, like, intricacies there is. Because, for example, Mo mentioned about Lucky, and I was a bit like, oh my god, why is she, of all people, mentioning about Lucky? And I was just like, oh my god.
Kind of grown, like, oh.
I came here to relax, and that motherfucker is always finding his way into my life somehow.
Yeah.
But it's just like that kind of like, because everything's like interwoven, connected. It's like, it feels, I don't know, it feels like, at least from my lens, I can't say about anything else regarding the Metaverse, but at least for Queen, it feels like everything's interconnected. It feels like the world is actually like, the roleplay world is like living and breathing. People interact with other things that you've interacted with, and it kind of like, it bleeds into each other, and you kind of just go, wow, there's like such a, like an interwoven web of these connections, indirectly or directly, and it's fun. It's nice to have these kind of things, and also to have like people like Mo's here about her story about how she, you know, longs for like you said, like a partner, or if you can even have something like that, and it mirrors like again. Sakota wanted similar kind of things regarding relationships. Like she was afraid to make friends because of her, you know, connections with Malleus, and how she feels like she has to do stuff with that. And then Queen being like, oh, I want to have a child in the future, but I don't know if I can. I'm having complications with Millie. Yeah, sure, I do care for her, but I'm still kind of that internal conflict of, is it still her? People say, you know, someone's told me it's still her, but it's like, it just doesn't emotionally feel.
Still her?
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. Even if you were to prove to someone, if you saw someone dying to come back,
the emotions are not the same.
Yeah, it's just like you kind of just, something's changed emotionally. You kind of go. So it's difficult. Like, she's going to go to see Millie and have a Valentine's Day and take her out for a meal, like a, you know, tea party type thing, and, you know, go to like lower, I say upper, but I mean like the upper parts, the upper echelons of District 0, and have like a meal, and, you know, they're gonna have like a couple thing. But I feel like at the same time, Queen's gonna be like, she's shown that she's happy, she's shown that she's there, but mentally she's probably like, I don't know how to think and feel about anything at the moment. It honestly feels like after the whole strain situation, she's been like in this like weird like mental haze. She doesn't know what to do with herself. She doesn't know what to pursue, what kind of goals to have, and she's just wandering the frozen wastes, looking for some sense of purpose, whether it be, you know, killing tigers on the front lines, taking on certain people, going after Malleus, making sure Sakota's safe. You know, it's it's different, because from like season 1 to season 2, there's like, for Queen, it was like a big drive to be like for vengeance, this is for revenge, and she felt like a, I guess like a spear or a sword tip. She knew where she was going, but now it's like the blade's got blunt, it's got rusted. She has no idea. Absolutely no idea what she wants anymore, and it's sad. I don't know. I guess it's weird, because I had conversations with Kazuki, being like, man, I miss playing Queen like I used to. Not saying I don't enjoy playing Queen now. It's just that it back in season 1 and season 2, it was so different.
She's in that free fall.
Yeah.
Where she's trying to regain her footing and trying to like figure out where to go next. That was Sakoto for a good bit. With everything that happened with Slade, and that when she broke down with
Mm.
Queen, like she mentioned, like I cannot express how fundamentally that moment broke her.
Oh, hey,
Because
hey, Cat Guy ID.
Slade was someone she looked up to as both a mentor and as someone who she cared deeply about. They both ended up in Aegis, basically at the same time.
Mm.
They picked each other up. They butted heads at first, but they picked each other up. And Sakoto managed to, for the first time in her life, stand up for something because of him.
Mm.
And not because he said, oh, let's go kill demons together, but no, because he disrespected her family, and she gave a shit enough to want to say something about it, to make a statement and say, hey, I give a damn about what you think about me and what you think about my practice, about my family, about where I come from, that I'm going to try and stand up to you, and I'm going to try to make you see that.
Mm.
And then everything, started happening with McKay, and he was one of the people there to comfort her and say, no, you've got this. I know it's scary, but I believe in your vision, and I believe that you can do this. Fast forward, multiple years and things continuing to get worse and worse, and every time something else happens, they kind of picked each other up. Ludric gets killed after the whole hand incident. And Slade goes off the deep end, throws away a brand new marriage, a healthy, a healthy home that he has been building up. Basically multiple children who were depending on him. All to try and get revenge, to try and prove a point. But in the process, like she told Mo and done there, he gave up not just that, he gave up his morals, he gave up his humanity in trying to do so. And that's what scares Skoto. She's afraid that that's going to happen to her too. That she'll either get driven to it or she'll get killed before then. And it'll just be for nothing. Because not only did he betray basically everything that the two of them had stood for by, killing, thousands of innocents, by unleashing a horde of fucking demons onto Zephyra. But then she saw how little it did. He got into the building. He brute forced his way in. And then just got slaughtered.
Yeah.
And then McKay turned to them, who were there to try and get him out, and basically put them in a situation where if he didn't regain his senses, back down, that he would force them to kill him. And Sakoto's thankful every day that Scaris stepped up in the moment, because she was so unsure. Because McKay started with her and said, Sakoto, I want you to stop him. Slade ended up nearly choking her to death
you mentioned
that night. What scars she has around her neck. Oh. My foot just turned off? I think it did. It's not cool. What sort of what scarring she has is all from him.
Mm.
You know, outside of the new shit from the fucking what you call it. Oh, that's weird. It's not recharging. I have it plugged in, but it's just not.
Yeah, I've been having problems with my trackers as well. I got to buy some new ones. I do want to get 11-point tracking,
I
but I
might
only
need to
have
just
2
replace
base
the cable
stations.
going from the battery to the.
Oh, it could be that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to do it every several months or so. I have to swap different cables out because they'll short out or they'll get.
What's weird is I think I saw them using
just
the
stop working.
original cables I had, gone back like 4 or 5 years ago.
Damn. Oh,
Yeah.
there it goes again. All right,
Oh.
cool. Weird. You take a look. But yeah, he does all of that, and and basically, it breaks her because it's like she no longer has that bedrock, and Aegis was shaken, to its core by that happening. It says it's charging it, but I feel as though it's not getting enough power.
Yeah.
Pins are not making solid enough contact or something. I don't know.
Could it be trying to? Is it like a power bank you're trying to plug it into?
Yeah, I have a little power banks attached.
It could also
to
be
the
sometimes the power
that are
bank
attached to the
The power bank might be going faulty because it's sometimes the power output of the power banks does get reduced over time. I know some of my trackers are having this kind of problems with the power banks. So.
But yeah. She ended up, sort of spiraling for a while because the stuff with McKay continued happening, and he kept continuing to try and pull her into training, and she would try to put on a brave face and do it alone. But she didn't have really many people to turn to, even in Aegis. They understood, but up until more recently, she hasn't really felt particularly close to most of the people in Aegis. Like, there were a couple of people, but they were either not around as frequently or...
Yeah. Queen noticed that. It's like she's very, not distant, but it's like she's around people, but they're not really connected, right? She's there, but not really in the present. And it's just like...
Yeah. Well, and that was, the whole conversation with Hybris. It always feels weird when I have to address something with Sakoto as Hybris. Always fucking weird. But that was what she was talking about, Sakoto only had like maybe 1 or 2 agents who she would talk to on a regular basis. And then after, the shit within Linton happened, it's like there are people who care about her, but are there people who she is genuinely close to? Who she opens up to, like she does with other people like Queen or Haruka. And I don't think it's any fault of most of the people in Aegis. I think it's just that she's struggled to connect with a lot of them. Because truth be told, I think she has a lot of friends within Aegis. It's just the actual closeness.
The bond
that goes to
forming.
that hand. Yeah. Then you just throw in the fact that Ludric is now back, and she is now aware of it and has seen him,
Mm.
knows that it's him. He, I could probably show you at some point in time. There was an incident, I think last week, or last weekend on Sunday, I want to say, where Hamsky and a bunch of others were sort of messing around, joking around, and were fighting down in the streets, or like down somewhere in one of the lower areas of the mega building, kind of tucked away in a corner. And they were just, horsing around, really. But Sakura heard about it, and, security, she knows they're not really supposed to be doing that. They have rules at the meat rack. If you're gonna fight, you gotta take it to the gym. Don't be fighting in the streets. So she kind of went down there to kind of like chastise him a bit and say like, hey, dude, what are you doing? People are gonna think this is okay. You gotta, be the example.
Yeah.
At one point in time, Ludric, who she is now aware, that, oh, it's him, he's back. He walks around the corner and sees people kind of like goofing around and like doing some, like mild, like, they're horsing around. They're play fighting, basically.
Yeah.
And he walks around the corner and reaches around to his back and pulls out this great sword.
Oh,
and Sakoto immediately locked in and like took a step in front of Hamsky and toggled on the barrier and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny to me because I don't think the majority of the people there noticed. I think Ludric might have noticed. The only other person that noticed was fucking Butch, because he like pointed out and he was just like, "Yo, did any of y'all just see Sakoto like lock the fuck in? Like, yo, I don't want to fucking mess with her. What the fuck? You good?" She's angry at him. She wants to fight him. She hates the fact that
because
in part
Slade died because of Ludovic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he just comes back.
Yeah.
It's like his sacrifice was for nothing. She just fucking came back. Like, how dare you just show up nonchalantly and just act like none of that fucking happened? Yeah, Queen was very similar. She feels.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Queen's emotions is just a lot of spite and hatred. I think a way I would describe it is Queen has taken like something which she cherishes or something which she feels very strongly about, such as vengeance or King's death, and it's like a hot ember in her hand, and she's holding on to it to feel the burn, to have her remind herself that she's doing everything for this. She doesn't care that it hurts her, she just cares that it's keeping her like rooted in. It's like, how some people get like hypnotized or in some sort of like illusion, how they often try to hurt themselves to bring themselves out of that illusion because pain is felt and not an illusion. It's kind of like a similar situation where that's probably where most of her will comes from. And when I think about it now, it's I'm doing this for this belief, and my principles will not wane to something like this because it matters that much to me that I'm willing to burn myself in these hot coals I hold with a death grip. And I don't know where it came from. I think it's literally the catalyst was King, and then the upbringing with Figment just kind of led to that, and it kind of spiraled, and now it's just made Queen. And there's like a part of Queen that wants Sakoto to kind of have that kind of adopted thing, but she knows it's not particularly a nice thing to keep hold of. Right, keeping hold of negative feelings as a source of, I guess, encouragement or power.
Yeah,
it's not.
Well, so I think it goes both ways for Sakoto, because I think Sakoto does hold on to things a lot more than she really kind of expresses.
Such as the Ludwig thing, yeah.
Yeah, she feels pain for a lot of things. Like, I'm mildly concerned about, we have a couple of Scions sort of making their way into Aegis, and Sakoto's met a few more Scions, and her pain and her fear of losing more of people who, quite frankly, she views them like kin. She sees other people who have this power that is both a boon and a burden, and wants to connect with people so desperately that the idea of losing them, because she has lost so many, is powerful for her. You know, like, it is a palpable fear of hers at times.
Mm-hmm.
She is, you know, I think, you know, if another one ends up dying, and you know, anytime soon, that may start to push her over the edge to the point where she is almost obsessive about, like, no, stay out of this. You know,
Mm-hmm.
looks at Haruka and says, like, no, you need to keep yourself safe. I don't want to lose another. You know, starting to reach that sort of mentality that Queen has, because it's there. Sakato's not quite as you know, in it as Queen is, but she's very much followed that same sort of trajectory, and it's just a matter of time, sort of you know,
I feel like Queen's reached another stage
how
as
long
well.
until she looms.
Because before she'd be like, no, you stay out of this because you're not strong enough and I'm not strong enough. But Queen's now hit this point where it's just like, if they want to be involved, they can be involved. But I need to now exceed the expectations. I need to be greater than I am now to make sure that this person doesn't come to harm. So it's almost like, it's like a weird, like, lion's heart kind of situation where she rises to the challenge because she has to, because there's no other choice. And it kind of gives her this weird, I don't want to put it in this kind of crude way, but like a power boost, right? It's just like that determination, that will to make sure that person comes out alive is like a huge driving factor for her to kind of stand against things, which I think
Yeah.
I kind of like the narrative of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think the way that these two process their grief is both quite similar in some ways, and in other ways very, very different. Queen holds on to that anger, and that is what empowers her, whereas Sakoto tends to be very heavily motivated by her sorrow. She sees, like, one of the reasons that, you know, early on when she was getting involved with the McKay stuff, one of the driving factors for her wanting to hurt McKay so badly, and at the time debating on whether or not she wanted to do more to try and stop him rather than trying to just, you know, play the quiet game, you know, be sneaky about it, was Esper's death. The scion, the created child of McKay's that she met.
Yeah, the one that said they got teleported and they got beheaded or something like that.
Yes, yeah, he basically got splinged, and all that came with her was his head. And that the trauma that she faced and the sorrow that she had at losing him after having come so far and after having stood there and tried to reassure him.
I'm not sure what Queen
it's
would
going to be okay.
do. I
You
think she's
don't have
making
to go
any
back
active
to
movements
him.
at the
It's
moment.
okay. I'm like you. I want to be your friend. I want to be close to you. I want to build a bond with you that is not built on your fear and my fear, and that I can finally have someone who is like me, that is not McKay, being that connecting tissue between the two of them. That sorrow that she has is at the fact that no one knows who Esper is. Most people would never care. No people will ever understand. You know, like, or very few people, I suppose. No, very few people will understand the pain and injustice that they were put through. You know, her sorrow at all of that, which, you know, I suppose you could also interpret as anger. The way she expresses that, you know, that being her driving motivators.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I think anger and sorrow kind of go hand in hand. because Queen also went through the sorrow as well, so it's a very similar kind of similar kind of feeling.
Hand in hand, you say?
Yeah, kind of feeling of hopelessness, and it's just like,
Yeah.
this isn't right. It's like a sense of right and wrong, right? You're like, this isn't right. It's frustrating, it's sad, it's sorrowful why this has to happen, and I refuse to stand for it anymore. I will not tolerate, this happening again. So,
It keeps bringing to mind, obviously you have Queen, and her sort of upbringing, and how I do find it that throughout their journeys and their stories, it has quite honestly it has been McKay
yeah.
quietly even in the background that has kind of been woven between the two of them.
Well, yeah, it makes sense.
But it brings to mind like a sort of symbolism of like who is Queen, what does she represent? She is the queen, she is the warrior, she is the one that is so unbelievably capable despite it all. And yeah, she could be taken down, but she isn't. She's smart, she can be used intelligently in this fight. Whereas I'm thinking of like almost like chess pieces. Sokoto is either, like the bishop or the castle.
I was gonna say the knight, because the knight can be positioned in a way. They're the only ones who can move in a weird way to actually be able to attack something from an off direction.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the bishop comes to mind purely just because of sort of like the religious
Symbolism.
iconography.
Yeah.
The bishop is a religious figure. They move in a way that really nobody else can. Like nobody can move, aside from the queen themselves, who can do anything. And I guess like the knight being another unique method of movement. The bishop sort of comes to mind. This religious figure that kind of moves at an angle and can catch you off guard when you least expect it if you're not paying attention to them.
There's a lot of symbolism.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I was thinking, when you said about the chess piece, I was thinking like, I think Sokoto would be the bishop. Because again, the symbolism with regarding the faith and everything else. But at the same time, I was thinking like, But I feel like the knight also goes well. Not in terms of like symbolism for what she is, but it's just like, she is an unlikely person to be able to strike a wound at Malleus, right? Because I mean, her kit is all about defensive and like bolstering people, right? But by taking alternative routes as a knight would, she's able to deal like the death blow or damaging blows.
Mm-hmm. I potentially. She is able to maneuver in such a way that it puts McKay on a back foot. Or has the potential to put McKay on a back foot anyways.
Would it surprise you if I told you that there was many, many chessboard references in Gang RP?
I would not be surprised in the fucking slightest.
There was so many. Also, I think the people.
I think she saw Wrench today, by the way, and was just like, "Fancy seeing you here." The fuck?
Did she recognize the sword and go, "Wait, the sword"?
She saw the sword and was like, "That's, huh? That's a really familiar shape."
A very familiar size.
Oh, it could be.
It couldn't be. Must have been
Yeah.
the wind.
Yeah, no, it immediately reminds her a lot of Queen's Blade, and she doesn't know if there's some sort of connection there, but she's just like, huh, that's weird. So maybe one day it'll come up in conversation. But yeah, for now she's just like, oh, that's weird.
Without the context, it's a sword that shares the same origin weapon that Queen's is made from. So there would be a similar kind of vibe from it, but it would be like a different kind of color. Best way to describe it without going on from like a big tangent. Flashbacks to Invis How after his Mindscape mission going, they should kiss in Marius's voice. Like, when the fuck did this happen, folk? Video Viper mentioned Queen, former corporate scientist, current crime lord, driven by vengeance. Sokoto, priestess, peacekeeper, driven by sadness. Opposites truly attract truly. Folk, I think that is specifically Cowboy or Gary's weapon is made from the shard that Queen got. I'm pretty sure, or maybe he was using the reforging process. But Wrench was originally given the hilt by Nevrossi, and the hilt belonged to the original Hephaestus, which is again a sibling blade of Hecate or Hecate, based upon what you want to be, English or Greek pronunciation. It happened while Queen and Sokoto were in the medical beds. Oh my god. Okay, now that kind of rings bells. I do need to put this on the model. Right. So I've been meaning to put the reference in it because she did give Sokoto did give.
All I'm saying is that if something ever happens to Sokoto, you have to do it.
Or kill her with this.
You just gotta.
Or the symbolism.
Yeah.
No.
Just use the fucking sword, slap him around a whole bunch. He's on the ground, in his death throes, and you're like, all right, time to finish him off. Walk up, pull it out, and just plunge.
I love doing the symbolism stuff, so yeah, that would definitely be something which I would do.
Yeah. Nah.
Also because Queen has a sword.
It's like that potential idea that I told you about, the funny one where Kuda does the thing. Bam. Swing. It's funny how these things become symbols.
Yeah. I see what you mean. I remember what you mean now.
It does make me wonder if Sokoto could ever actually wield that fucking thing.
What, Hecate?
Yeah.
She'll be able to wield it, but she won't be able to pull the trigger because it's biometrics.
Some sort of biometric lock.
Because essentially the sword is bound to Queen. It is a magical weapon, I guess you could say, in terms of D&D terms. So it's bound to Queen. It's scrumbly. It's bound to Queen, and the chalice.
It's not charging anymore.
How to describe it is, the blade speaks a language. Queen's body speaks common, we like to call it human. The chalice translates the information of her biometrics and her body to the blade for it to understand certain things. So that's why it can work.
Magic shit happens.
Yeah, magic shit happens. I know some people in my chat have been asking for very intricate details. I'm like, I want to explain this as much as I can, but we're reaching levels of pseudoscience which doesn't make any sense. Other than in my mind, it's this makes sense.
Levels of pseudoscience that are just not worth explaining.
Mm-hmm. And this is not to say an insult to my people who are watching and asking these questions. I do enjoy answering these questions, but sometimes it's man, I really can't think of anything else.
Yeah. I've been considering one.
Oh, I just love it so much. So what are you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say one of these is I'll have to put a sword on Sokoto.
Mm-hmm. I
I've
know
been
we keep
thinking
meaning
about
to
how
have the training.
maybe she'll have like maybe like a harness that she starts wearing. Like maybe I can model out like something nice and simple, where it's like a harness that has like a holster, like a loose holster on her back. And
Oh
swing it
yeah,
out.
yeah, I could do something
That,
like
or
that.
she just starts doing this number just because she stares at Queen and goes, "No,
Speaks.
you just look too cool. You look too cool for me
Funny
not
enough, I was
to
talking to
imitate."
someone about this, and they're like, "Do you know what the scabbard for it?" I was a bit like, "Yeah, but it's so big. Like, how would I even put this on?" I was like, I don't really want to make it smaller. I want it to kind of fit the proportions the queen has. I was like, you know, I just carry it around, and since then it's just like, it really works. Strangely, like it got tiresome kind of all the time. Eventually, just doing this or something like that. But it's just like it adds so much to Queen's persona and her character.
I've been no. So that's something I've noticed playing Atsuki over in Firebird.
Mm-hmm.
Having this on your hip and then being able to hold it feels so right.
It
I
does.
don't know what it is. It feels so fucking good.
I know there's times where, like, Queen, for example, is just like, if she's relaxing and there's like a certain combat situation, she'll take up a stance immediately like
Crunch.
this and kind of be in a battle-ready stance. I think having a weapon that's just ready like that, so like for example with Atsuki, with that, it's just it feels like you said, it feels right. I mean, that's the reason why they mostly have scabbards on their left hip, so they can just pull it out and instantly just go for it.
Yeah. Leg. Anyways, I think I need to wrap up because my shit is all dying. But I'd love to talk more about all of this when I am not streaming and not in VR with dying equipment.
It happens. You've been in roleplay for like 8 hours now. 7, 6,
Yeah.
9 hours.
Which is surprising, that my stuff has not quite lasted. Because we've been sitting here talking for a bit now. So
Yeah.
it's like it lasted like 7 hours. So it's like, ooh. Batteries. Come on.
Things kind of get worn and torn, so it eventually happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should play close up as well, because I've been meaning to
I
spend
just
time
don't
with my
want to have
boyfriend.
a bunch of extra. Yeah, you should go spend time with Honey.
Make sure to charge your stuff as well for Eden tomorrow.
I will make sure it is all thoroughly plugged in. I have things and stuff to do, and the cat has a woman to maybe talk to. We'll see.
I know Morpheus has reached out to me asking about like, hey, need some details about Iku. So I'm like, what do you plan? What's gonna happen? So I'm excited about that.
Oh.
Yes, apparently merchants were asking about Iku, and I was a bit like, why are they asking about Iku? That sounds so weird. And I'm just
Maybe
like,
because you're a very unique looking species.
true. But also in the back of my head, I was a bit like, oh wait, the merchant? Did he perhaps have possession of one of Iku's tentacles that was sold on the black market? And that's the reason why he is like, who is this person? Why did he look like an octopus? Why is this color of the octopus similar to the octopus that I bought to sell to the nobles here? You know? Wait, did you not know about that?
No, I just hadn't stopped to consider that happening eventually.
Yeah, I was just a bit like, oh, you know, I thought it'd be like happening in Reinhold, like they mentioned, like, oh, this aristocrat. I was like, this tastes wonderful. When is it gonna go back in stock? Oh yeah, there's none back in stock. Why not? We can't get any more. So yeah, never thought it would
Amazing.
wrap back round to Argus of all places. I mean, it kind of somewhat
What do
symbolic.
you mean you could never be friends with Atsuki? She's not a squid. She's an octopus. Clearly. The only
she's an octopus.
population that Atsuki is concerned about being affected right now is the squid population.
Iku has 8 limbs, 2 legs, 2 arms, and 4 tentacles. An octopus. Squid have 10 limbs. They have 8 tentacles and 2 arms, specifically called 2 arms, which is interesting. You think it would all be arms?
Ever have the sword behind her like near Automa? I mean,
You could technically
that'd
do
be pretty
that with
sick
your
too.
mind stuff as well.
Yeah, see, but that's a whole bunch of wasted, like, energy to have it hover behind her like that.
I mean, does
She
she
has to
have like?
maintain that shit.
Is she able to? I mean, this is something which I always enjoy, but it's like kind of like you do the whole thing where you kind of do this, you do your palm, you kind of pull it out of your palm, and it's like there.
That would be pretty sick. I think the one wanting to do that is probably negative, and I don't want to steal their thunder
Oh,
if
yeah,
they want to do
no,
anything
yeah.
quite like that. Because I'd like for them to have cool things that they can do.
You could also just snap your fingers and it like materializes to your side and you just grab it like that and then oh,
So why have I been pinged?
I hope this heals or it fixes because I've had problems with my shoulder to my bicep and it feels like there's like a muscle that's like sprained because I can't swing my arm around
that's
like
not
I normally
good.
would. As if I was doing sword combat,
Ooh.
that really hurts.
Maybe try to make sure that you do some stretches each day. And if it doesn't go away, maybe talk to your doctor.
Yeah, I've been doing stretches. That's the thing, and it's so. Like I woke up one time, and it started hurting, and I'm wondering if obviously slept on it, and it's cut off blood flow, and I'm wondering like, is it like a dead muscle? And I was like, no, if it's a dead muscle, it probably would hurt and be, a lot more than just aches.
I don't.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, I'll let you
I'm
go.
gonna wrap up here, but I'll be around if you wanna yap more. You know me.
Okay. Bye, Bibbers. Thanks for the roleplay. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you for the roleplay.
I'm gonna go to my homewood as well and turn off my stream. Bye bye. Yeah, I mean they might have used the shard to restore Wrench's weapon because it was a bit something because it was damaged. It needed to be repaired. I think it was like a task set up by Navasi for Wrench. Queen killing vampires now? Wait, she's killing vampires? What was the context of this? But Crash, I thought you said it wasn't bound. It just sees Queen as the wielder. Oh god, I can't remember what the questions was. I remember this conversation, but I can't remember the exact details. It's I think because there are so many things being talked about, it is bound to her because if someone else were to use the weapon, they can't because it is bound to her. But I don't think I think the context of it is that you asked, is it bound to her? Like a sentient weapon is bound to someone else, so is it aware it's making the binding? And it's more a case of, how to describe it? Like Sakoto described it, it's a glass which has no fingerprints on it, but the more you put your hand on it, the more fingerprints you have, and eventually it goes from being like this is a stranger's glass to this is this specific person's glass because of their fingerprints on it so much, right? So it's it's not like the blade isn't no, I suppose that was different as well. It's like the Master Wand from Harry Potter. Because she's slain the killer, the weapon had to find a new person that it wants to wield it, and Queen was the next best person in the vicinity to wield it. Which is, shocking, because most of the people in that place in Makesian Tower, out of everyone who was close enough to be able to wield it, it was Queen. No one else was able to be, which basically meant that the blade was just not meant for them, right? The weapon wants a specific person to wield it and to be bound to, and Queen was just that person, the closest person to that. Wait, Queen killing vampires? I'm confused. What's he on about, Sonny? Yeah, Queen is eventually going to train Sokoto how to sword fight. Iku, the loneliest octopus, yeah. The tentacle black market, yes. The tentacles were sold on the black market. Well, technically, if I'm being truthful, I think I kind of settled, and I think what's going to happen is Iku is going to be Kraken. Her species is Kraken. Which means that she doesn't need to conform to octopus or squid biology because she's kind of above that. But the aura, yes, the aura. Manodo. Manodo? What's a Manodo? And the Keyblade? Okay. It's like... the original sword that Queen's Blade is made from is sentient. It is a sentient weapon that would bond to the host that was strong enough to wield it. And I'm not saying this is the case, but hypothetically speaking, imagine Dracula, right? The vampire lord himself. He had a sword, and this sword was called the Sword of Darkness, right? And this Sword of Darkness was so powerful, so infused with mana and everything else, that it became its own sentient living thing. Dracula could wield it because he had so much bountiful mana, and the sword liked him and basically bonded to him. This original sword, Sword of Darkness from Dracula, this is again not canon, this is just a hypothetical example. This ancient artifact, her sword was shattered into a multitude of pieces, maybe 100 pieces, and these pieces were then melted with other magically attuned ores, like magisteel or other things, and these metals. Okay, I'm trying to see if the tracking works, and it kind of does. These metals, they all merged together, they made into an alloy, and then they poured out and made these separate weapons. Each weapon has a fragment of the original sword's power, so the weapons are kind of like a hive mind, but they're kind of like the disconnected hive minds, right? They're part of a collective, but they're not connected until they amass, it's like planets. The more mass they gain, so the more shards they gain, the stronger the connection is, and they become like the nexus for things. The nexus for all the like separate sentient minds of the original sword. So the swords are not sentient, but they are fragments of a sentient sword. So it does seek out potential people who can wield it. So when Queen did the siege on the Kijin Tower, there was a person who originally, funny enough, Pocket played the warrior that was killed and dropped the sword. This person dropped the sword, and when the host is killed, the sword basically looks out in the immediate vicinity, or even like the greater vicinity, looking for people who's able to wield it, and it will then send out a beacon to someone. Or if it's someone who has greater potential, maybe the sword has divination, it can see the future. I don't know, because of how it was worded in the roleplay space. The sword basically was already calling out to Queen before she even slain the person. So it was almost like the sword was like, I want this person. This person is not very compatible with me, but they might have greater potential, which I can harness, right? It's not thinking this. This is not something which is aware of. It's more kind of like, how does gravity work? We can explain gravity working as a fundamental force of like matter and mass building up to it, but it's like, it's not like gravity has a sentient mind, or black holes have a sentient mind. It does exist. So similar to the sword, it just exists. It's just a function it does, and it basically bonds to the person who wields it. And then obviously the chalice is a way for the sword to communicate to and from the body of the host. So Sokoto and other people can't use Queen's Blade because they're not bonded to. It's not bonded to them. It's bonded to Queen. But if you kill Queen, it means that the blade will either go dormant. It's not like a master wand where if you kill Queen, the person who kills Queen gets access to the blade. If you kill Queen, the sword is now hostless, and it will then look for the next compatible host in the vicinity and send out a signal. If there's no compatible host or not it wants, it will be in a dormant state until someone someone comes into its vicinity to then, bond to it. I hope this answers, it clears things up. Oh, I never played Xenoblade. Oh, ignore the vampire killing part? Okay. I guess I use bond loosely, because I don't know what bond means in terms of like magical weapons or attunements or soul bonded. I guess you could say it's a form of soul bond. It's kind of like you couldn't confuse, like, say, for example, if you were to clone queen and have this clone queen hold the sword, right? Technically, the cloned queen won't have the original queen's soul. It's just an empty vessel with Queen's appearance and everything else. The sword will not be like, oh, this clone queen can wield Hecate, can wield me because it's the same person. So it is technically a soul-bound weapon. But I don't know what kind of implications a soul-bound weapon is in other forms of media. In my own headcanon, I would say it's classified as a soul-bounded weapon, as anyone else who has the shards. So, for example, Wrench, the sword is soul-bound to him. With Ace, the sword is soul-bound to them. Only through their death does the contract or pact be broken, and then it's now free to choose another person. No, the sword won't die. The sword won't die. It's a nomad, right? It doesn't really have a home. It just has a place it stays around the most. If Queen were to die, it would just basically be a sword looking for a new master to be wielded. I will tell you though, this is canonical. The sword wants to be with its other pieces. So the more shards you merge together, I think Octavia, who's Remy's cat, who is part of ISB for Keystone Tower, I think she has a sword which has either she has two shards bound in her body, or she has a sword or two swords with a shard. So she has two shards. Ace. So each shard kind of has a principle, right? We don't really know what it is. I think Wrench's is what Kuro has said. Kuro said that Wrench's blade, Hephaestus, is the shard of potential. Queen's has the vampiric shard. Ace has the shard of unity. Now these are like placeholder names. You don't actually know what they are. It doesn't mean that these are exact things. But Ace's shard is able to basically detect other shards, and it's able to unify them without needing to do extra work, right? So if Ace were to slay Queen and absorb the shard, he doesn't have to do any kind of trial to attune to it. It's just there, and the sword can absorb it. But if, say, Queen were to slay Ace and want to, use the shard, she would have to melt down Hephaestus. Not Hephaestus. She would have to melt down Hecate with the shard that Ace had and forge a whole new blade using this. It probably wouldn't be like melting it down, but it would go through like a merging process. My confusion is because bound means it sounds like Queen's sword, literally linked together like a magical tether. Like we were saying, isn't that? It just sounds like it sees who is holding it with its magical sense, determines whether someone is or isn't its host. Yes, there is no magical tether to Queen. Like she... I don't know what magical tether means. Does magical tether mean she can call it back like Mjolnir? Is that what that is? Because I don't know what a magical tether means in this sense. I don't know what it means. But anyway, if you have any more questions, please take it to the Discord because I need to go to the toilet. And also, I'm very late with spending time with my boyfriend. I said I would be spending time with him, and it's kind of running late now. So we're gonna see if there's anyone to raid. I don't think there would anyone be to raid. Okay, we can raid. We can raid Kaz. I think he's the only one who's. Oh. No, yeah, we'll go raid Kaz. Okay. Okay, everyone. Hope you appreciate the stream. Hope you had fun. There's like a few developments here. I moved this over to the Metaverse discussion. Good night, y'all. Yeah, sorry, folk. It's hard to keep track of everything, you know, considering that I don't write this stuff down. I honestly kind of just keep it just free form because solidifying it just kind of, if it's fluid, is able to move as certain revelations that come in later on. And I try to explain it as best as I can, but certain things change. For example, what happened earlier? Apparently, I told Sokoto that that Queen had no mana circuits. Now I'm a bit like, I'm pretty sure narratively speaking, I would like it to be open that Queen discovers through someone else to enable like story to be told. She finds out through someone else, maybe a mage, maybe a scryer, maybe this crystal, right? She finds out she has no mana circuits. I think that's a lot more intriguing storytelling wise, rather than being like, oh, out of character, off scene with the Kijin Tower lot. She was basically told she had no mana circuits, right? It feels a lot more engaging as a story to be like, oh, I have no mana circuits. That makes so much sense. Why can't I cast any magic, right? Rather than being like, yeah, I can't cast any magic. I don't have any mana circuits, right? It doesn't feel compelling. It feels kind of like flat. I like to do as much roleplay as I can on stream because I feel like it's a lot more engaging for me, especially with I tend to do method acting. But yeah, I will try to answer as many questions as I can. Anyone, whether it be folk, whether anyone else, if you have questions, there's a link to the Discord. You can join a community. You can have discussions about any roleplays I partake in, and you can ask me questions or make theories, and have fun. It's a welcoming. I like to believe it's a welcoming space where it's open to everyone. And you can make friends there. I like to value, and I'm proud that the community I have is as opening and willing to interact with people as much as it can do. But yeah, if you want to put something in the Discord, be sure to post it in the respective channels. If the channels don't exist, we do have a feedback channel, so you can make requests there of something you see added, changed, or improved upon in stream. If there's also a link to the YouTube where you can look at the VODs for the past 5 years and be updated on the lore. Maybe you want to know about the history of Queen, or Ekulila is interesting to you, or maybe some vampire stuff, maybe some zombie stuff with like end times. End times was really fun for me. As I played an NPC, but I played a siren. That was so much fun. If you like horror kind of stuff, do some of that. I managed to make Kaz jump scared, or a few other people jump scared a few times. So if you enjoy watching me be a gremlin going hoo hoo hoo, I'm gonna make this person jump scared. Watch End Times. Watch End Times is fun. In these end times, I did actually have a nice clip of Ophelia saying "in these end times" and watching Kaz crack up. I love that clip. That clip's so much fun. And then also Twitter. It's on for Police and Minors, but you can follow me there if you want to. There's nothing really there. It's just there because everyone else has Twitter and social media, stuff. But yeah. We are going to go raid the Kazuki. I'm going to go spend time with my boyfriend. And I will see you guys in the next one, which will be tomorrow for Eden Lost. Where you get to see Iku and potentially maybe something happening regarding her race and her species, her history. Because I've been asked for documentation about it. So look forward to that. Take care, everyone. Much love. Bye-bye. Love you all. It's end times. Endings.